My name is Grace Creasy, I'm the president of the Virginia Board of Education. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Before I entertain a motion to go into closed session, as you may notice, we only have 4 board members visible here today. The board currently has 8 appointed board members. Sorry, thank you. 8 appointed board members, which means
That the number for our quorum is 5, although Vice President Bill Hanson is not physically present today, he is participating remotely. As of July 1, 2024, the Virginia Freedom of Information Act has been amended to provide that members who have
a temporary disability or other medical condition that prevents the member's physical attendance and who is a person with a disability is defined in 51.5 40.1 of the Code of Virginia may be counted towards the quorum if the individual was physically present. Mr. Hanson meets this definition, and as the board president, I've approved his remote participation according to the board's bylaws and Virginia law. And under FOIA, his remote participation brings our quorum number to the required 5. Ms. Love, do you have anything else that you would like to add about that?
No.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
I moved. I just want to make sure you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I
Would
move
like-
that the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the following purposes. Discussion or consideration by the Board of Education of information relating to the denial, suspension, or revocation of teacher licenses subject to the exclusion in subdivision 11 of 2.2-3705.2 pursuant to 2.2-3711A40 of the Code of Virginia,
Not yet.
and consultation with counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia, and that legal counsel to the Virginia Board of Education and staff, whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter, participate in the closed meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded by Ms. Holton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries. The board is now in executive session. And welcome to you all. My name is Grace Creasy. I'm the president of the Virginia Board of Education at this time, I will entertain a motion to certify the purpose of the meeting that we held in closed session. If the chair recognizes Ms. Kilgore.
We convene today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote on the motion above and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, Section 22-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and on such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure that, in his or her judgment, has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes.
Okay, a motion's been made by Ms. Kilgore. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been seconded by Mr. Hanson. This will be a roll call vote. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Dr. Bryce.
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The motion carries 5-0. Okay. Our next item of business is to vote on a series of licensure matters that have been under review by the board during our executive session. These will be roll call votes as well. All those in favor will signify by saying aye. All those opposed will signify by saying no. In the case number 2024-12, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license to the applicant.
So moved.
A motion has been made by Ms. Kilgore. Is there a second? Motion has been seconded by Dr. Bryce. We'll now proceed to the vote. Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Dr. Bryce, Ms. Holton.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Motion carries on a vote of 5-0. In the case number 2024-008, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license to the applicant.
Second.
Motion's been made by Ms. Holton and seconded by Ms. Kilgore. We will now proceed to the vote. Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Dr. Bryce.
Aye.
Ms. Holton.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. That motion carries on a vote of 5-0. In the case number 2024-006, the chair will entertain a motion to suspend the license of Heather Marie Bond for a period of 1 year.
Second.
Motion's been made by Dr. Bryce and seconded by Ms. Kilgore. We will now proceed to the vote. Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Dr. Bryce,
Aye.
Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. That motion carries on a vote of 5-0. In the case number 2024-009, the chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Beth Ann Barnes.
So moved.
On a motion made by Mr. Hanson and seconded by Dr. Bryce, we will now proceed to the vote. Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Mr. Hanson,
Aye.
Dr. Bryce,
Aye.
Ms. Holton.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And that motion carries on a vote of 5-0. Thank you all for participating in this morning's executive session. Thank you to our staff, and we will now shift to our work session. If we could have about a 5-minute break to make those shifts reality. Thank you. Are you ready, Mr. Chapman? We all good? Okay. Uh, what I would like to do before we begin our work session, this morning is, just to note that we have a newly appointed, newly sworn in as of 8:30 this morning, member of our board, Dr. Meg Bryce. We would like to welcome her to the board. We will have additional comments tomorrow during our closing remarks, and in the beginning of our meeting tomorrow. But I did just want to note for the record that Miss Bryce, or Dr. Bryce, sorry, was sworn in this morning at 8:30 by Secretary Kelly G. And is a properly seated member of our board, and we are excited to have Dr. Bryce as a part of the team now. So thank you so much, and we look forward to all that you have to offer and bring as far as your expertise to add to our team here. So we're excited. Thank you very much. And with that, do you have anything, Dr. Coons, that you would like to say before we begin the work session? Okay. And so I believe item A is Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, members of the board, and Superintendent Coons. This is a fun discussion today. If I recall correctly, President Creasy and Vice President Hanson, this is officially 1 year since your election as President and Vice President of this board. And so officially halfway through the term. So congratulations on that. And certainly very excited to be doing this presentation today, since we were hoping we would have been able to do this last year at this time, but because of that late election cycle, we were a little further behind than we are right now in this presentation. So what we would like to do today is to start the discussion on the Board of Education's annual report. And you may recall from some previous presentations, the Constitution of Virginia, of course, creates the Board of Education. The board is the only board created specifically by the Constitution of Virginia, rather than from, the General Assembly statutory authority or from any powers granted to the governor. It's the foundational, law of our state that creates this particular board. And in that Constitution, one of the responsibilities that's specifically enumerated is that the board should make annual reports, to the governor and the General Assembly concerning the condition and needs of public education in the Commonwealth, and shall report and identify school divisions which have failed to establish and maintaining schools meeting the prescribed standards of quality, which you may remember as part of the workload last year, the board was prescribing its standards of quality, before December of last year. And so here we are today to talk about this. In addition to that constitutional responsibility, the General Assembly has added a whole bunch of other requirements to this statute, to this report, including information on school choice, online and virtual programs, which you'll hear from Brian Mott in the next presentation about Virtual Virginia and other virtual learning programs here in the Commonwealth. And then in addition, some other, there's a whole set of appendices of these reports. The department will be gathering that information, especially as the data keeps coming in and compiling those things for your review. But we are trying to get this done, and have for you a draft of this sometime in the October-ish area, so that we can make sure this is approved by the end of the year. And then, as the Constitution says, submit this to the governor and the General Assembly. So what we'd like to do today is start a structural discussion. As you know, the department really carries a lot of the weight under the board's direction for generating the content of this report. And so what we have is a number of big buckets that we think that this report ought to reflect in terms of the organization. And so on the slides, what we're asking for today is for really a review of these big buckets to make sure that these are the areas that the board wants to focus on for its annual report, and also the bullets underneath those, which are really the specific items that we think deserve attention. And so as we discuss the buckets, the kind of feedback I think we're really looking for is are these the right headings that we can start organizing this material? And then are these the items that the board would like to discuss? Are we missing anything? Are there other things that board members would like for us to focus on so that we can start generating this draft for October? The major buckets that we're focusing on are, student data and results, the standards, and then other board areas of focus. And so we'll cover each of those in turn. as with last year, the report was trying to highlight both the board's work and VDOE's efforts to support the board in its work. And so, we're prepared to take that same approach this year. So under data and results, we have a number of items that we think, fall under this category and are worth, explaining in this report. Everything from student achievement results, which we're still waiting for some of that data to come in, but I think that's a regular mainstay of the annual report is the board updating, the governor and the General Assembly of how do student achievement results match up with, the board's goals and expectations. Certainly a big focus of that would be the all-in implementation and any results that we have coming in from that data. School accountability results, as you know, the board has been in a massive amount of work to transition its accountability system, and that work will be drawing to a completion hopefully tomorrow. And, those standards moving forward. But we still have accountability on the current system that data will be coming in. The board has focused a considerable amount on chronic absenteeism. And so we think that data also, merits discussion. And then any data that we can get regarding teacher licensure. We know that's been a priority for the board, is making sure that we're opening up pathways under alternate routes for licensure, under Grow Your Own. And so any data that we have that comes to that seems like these are areas where the board may want to focus in its annual report. And so would love to open that up for discussion just to make sure, again, this is on the right track. If there's other areas that the board would like to see discussed, or if this is, on the right path.
This is discussion time, guys. So please,
I-
Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, Mr. Chapman, thank you so much for this. And I think these categories and topics are very much spot on. I don't want to jump ahead to the next two slides, but on the board areas of focus, I think on the innovation topic, if there's also, and I think some of this data that we'll get here will be cross-cutting to, I think, support and kind of cross-check some of the other issues in the board area focus on the last slide. But I just want to make sure maybe there's some, connective tissue between, the data for these 5 categories, as well as the areas of focus on the last slide. And I think actually really all of them. I think, in terms of the literacy fund and and obviously the innovation with the topics there and the regulatory reduction as well. But just maybe as we're looking towards the actual construction of the report, just want to make sure there's a connection to these, but also to the last slide.
Other comments, Ms. Fulton?
Well, first, thank you, Jim, for getting us started early on this and enabling us to have a great collaborative process to getting it done in timely fashion. As part of the teacher data, I would hope and trust that we will include, and I don't remember what we've done on this in the past exactly, but the teacher shortages being a major interest of the board and the department and the Commonwealth, and our priority to ensure that every student has a high quality licensed teacher as one of our comprehensive plan targets. I would love to see data addressing teacher shortages, in particular unfilled positions, the provisional licensees, teachers teaching out of their subject area, and breaking that down some by geography and demography. How are we doing? Are we making progress on the global data, on the global numbers, and by region, et cetera, on addressing our teacher shortages? That would be one. And then on student achievement.
Wait, can I ask the question?
Yep.
I heard you around unfilled provisional by region. What was the other thing you asked?
Out of teaching out of field.
out of field.
Inexperienced, I think, is also a useful indicator that we do track the new teachers. But I don't remember what we've reported in the past, but
Yeah.
looking to give the General Assembly a useful snapshot of where we are on our progress on teacher shortages and underqualified or less than fully licensed. I wouldn't say underqualified because some of our provisional licensed teachers are doing great work, but the high quality licensed teacher being the goal. How are we doing on that?
And Dr. Myers, do you have any concerns with those asks? We have data on all of that, correct?
Yeah, we should. I mean, I just caught the tail end of that. I apologize.
That's okay.
We should, I mean, we now collect very robust data.
Dr. Myers, for the purpose of the public, do you mind coming to the podium just to ensure that we're able to have everyone hear your comments? Thank you.
Ms. Holton, do you mind just telling me real quickly again, the 3 or 4 things that you would
I
like
mean,
to see us reporting?
My suggestion would be data that helps inform the conversation about teacher shortages and how we're making progress on that. And the goal being a high quality licensed teacher in every classroom, we should be tracking, and we are, I know, tracking, but here I think should be summarizing the data on the number of vacant, unfilled positions, the number of inexperienced teachers, the number of provisional teachers and teachers teaching out of their licensed field, breaking that down by geography and demography.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we do collect that. We collect it twice a year, and then a third time we do a survey that doesn't have as much robust data. The next one will be the survey, and then after that will be October that we will have that latest data of where school systems sit. We work very closely with the HR offices now throughout.
And I know you have a lot of that information on our dashboard,
Mhm.
but summarizing it in a useful way so that we and the General Assembly knows, what kind of progress are we making, and is it uniform, or are there pockets?
Right.
And I didn't mention by subject area. I mean, maybe the best way to think of it is, where are our trouble spots by, I assume it's still special ed being one of the high priorities, vacancy areas, for instance, math teachers,
Mhm.
I assume is likely still a high priority. And I assume that it's still the case that our high poverty communities and some of our, not some, but not all of our rural communities are struggling to fill vacancies. So just what's the data tell us about what's going well and where are the trouble spots, remaining trouble spots?
There is an annual report that talks to quite a bit of that. Maybe not everything you just said, but there is an annual report that's done on that, especially around the high need areas, which is what you're discussing. I don't know that it's broken down regionally, geographically as much. That's something we could look at further. But I do think we have the information to provide.
I mean, it's all on that dashboard that you all
Yeah.
put out, but it's just, it's a lot of
Aggregating it all
information and
together.
aggregating
Understood.
it in a useful way and I don't know what that annual report is, so I'd love to see that as
Yeah,
well. If you
okay.
can just flag that to me separately, I'd be grateful.
Okay.
Dr. Coons?
I want to make 2 comments. Dr. Myers called out that we collect this data twice a year. So this would not be data that we could have available early. Like he said,
Yeah.
this data would not be available till October. I also don't want us to make assumptions on what past data has told us about vacancies and needs, given the level of innovation our school divisions and the licensure flexibilities that are now in place. So I just want to caution the board for making assumptions of what the data will tell us.
I'm hoping the data will tell us we're making progress. So,
Mhm.
but obviously, as with every data point we use in the annual report, we'll use the most recent data available, and we know that it may not be, that's an ever evolving matter. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
Mhm.
Myers.
I did have one other area of suggestion just on the student performance data,
Holton?
if I may, in addition to SOL data, if we could include the vowels data now that that's as we're looking to see growth and progress, what does vowels data tell us now that it's required across the Commonwealth? And also the VIVAS data, what does it show us about growth?
Dr. Coons?
Sure. I want to remind the board that we were a PALS state last year. We don't implement VALs across the state until this year. So we won't have VALs data. We can provide through UVA and request that data and results for PALs, but VALs does not go into place it goes into place this school year.
Oh,
So we will
okay.
have PALs
Whoops,
from
thank
last
you.
year. Yep.
So it's still, I was trying to be up to speed on my acronyms, but it's still PALS data, but I'm right that it was mandated across the state
It
now.
was mandated in this last legislative season, so there are school divisions that used an alternate method last year, but this year, all school divisions will use VALs. So for this
Gotcha.
annual report, we would not have every single school division in the PALS data.
May I real quickly, VBOS data is
Dr. Myers.
already on our website. We have VBOS data being reported on a dashboard. Yeah, I can. Just wanted you to know that.
Working and what's not, and all want to see what our accomplishments are as well as what.
Additional comments here?
And I'm sorry.
Ms. Holton?
Too, particularly both because since our SOL data doesn't tell us anything from before fourth grade, that's one of the reasons the PALS data I think is particularly useful, especially with all the Literacy Act that we're focusing, the General Assembly focusing so much on those early grades, as are we, and that the VIVAS data is what we've got, the best we've got to offer on growth. So again, a topic of interest to the Assembly.
Additional comments on adding anything on to or direction here on the annual report? Dr. Coons?
We do not have a special section for special education data. Our intent was to talk about each student group and under each one of these components. Is there anything that the board would want called out in particular with student groups that's not, obviously we'd talk about that in each of these, but is there anything else that we need to do or in particular around student groups that you would like to see?
Well, just to clarify, when I say the demographics breakdown on the teacher data and I mean, I'm sure we always do, I think we always do breakdown by income levels in light of our focus on ensuring every student has high quality opportunities to succeed.
Anything else? Okay.
Yeah.
We will certainly provide you some more feedback as
Sure.
it comes to mind.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
The next bucket is we think that the board's work around standards has been important enough, and certainly a huge amount of volume and activity, a lot of engagement with the public around this area. In the past year, the board has been working on math standards implementation, of course, since the last annual report, passing the math standards, the VLA, the ELA standards and implementation, computer science standards and implementation, like all of these are major areas that the board has done work that we thought really, should be in its own kind of category. And then the teacher leader training and support. Really what that's referring to is all the work being done across the state to support implementation of these standards, which the department is certainly has a lot of training that it does for teachers just to make sure that that these are being implemented well. And so we thought it important to highlight and draw attention to that work as well.
Dr. Coons?
Later today, you are going to hear a presentation on the support components of the performance and support framework. And you'll hear some of the expansive tier 1 training, but if you are following along, we have had thousands of teachers trained this summer, and we really want to make sure we are apprising the board of the tier 1 supports as well as the supports that the agency is doing for supporting teachers with the standards that you've adopted.
Great. And then we have a last area, which is really just board areas of focus. These are kind of, the major other things that aren't standards and don't have to do with the kind of consistent tried and true reporting of data and results. The board has spent a lot of time developing a work plan, in order to make sure that it is, got a consistent set of expectations and an agenda for the coming year. To Mr. Vice President Hansen's point, innovation has been a huge focus of time and attention of this board, certainly with the approval of a swath of college partnership laboratory schools across the state representing, serving all different types of students in all different types of areas, opening up so many opportunities. The board is currently gearing up for, some renewed work on charter schools, with Miss Ashton, leading a charter school committee that has met already once, has applications coming before it soon. There's been a lot of work done on transportation, which the board will see an item on that tomorrow, and then item D on today's agenda, focusing on seat time flexibility. There's a lot of forward-looking work to make sure that our school divisions have, as our requirement coming out of the legislative session, a maximum flexibility in order to award seat time or to have seat time flexibility. The performance and support framework, I know, the board this is certainly front and center with this work wrapping up tomorrow, or at least, on the agenda for tomorrow, to kind of complete before, the regulatory process finishes. That was started in sometime of August last year, and has been, the source of, Dr. Coons and I were looking at the number of presentations. This dates back sometime into 2022, something like 14 or 15 board meetings in that time. The board has been discussing accountability in some measure or another. So we would love to highlight that work drawing to its conclusion and what we expect for, the changes to occur, how we expect this to benefit students across the Commonwealth, and certainly parents and others interested in transparency and reporting. The board's actually done a lot of work in regulatory reduction. We have an item coming before the board tomorrow, even just with our licensed child day centers, that we hope to have regulatory reduction. The new accountability system, I believe if my numbers are correct, represents about a 10% reduction in regulatory requirements. The board has removed over 300,000 words of guidance documents from town hall, which I think is like about a 22% reduction currently in its total number of words of guidance documents. We have more coming tomorrow that we're hoping to reduce. This is, great for the public in terms of making sure that the regulatory house is orderly and we're not, overburdening school divisions with cross directions and things of that sort. The board has done a lot with literary fund loans and construction grants with the school construction assistance program. You may recall that in the 2023-2024 biennium, Governor Youngkin got $500 million for school construction grants, and the board has worked diligently to approve that money leaving in order to benefit, school buildings, across the state. The board has recently redesigned what is now the Virginia, Committee on Advanced Learning. The VACAL redesign that is now up and running. We expect to benefit gifted children across the Commonwealth, and certainly legislative implementation, which we have a bunch of that coming before you tomorrow. I have a large section of the agenda that we will be discussing all those regulatory changes, and we think that's worthwhile because of the collaboration between the board and the General Assembly in its work. So these are at least, again, some of the areas we think the board ought to focus on in this report, but we'd love to get some feedback and see if there's other areas that the board is interested in discussing.
Other topics here we want to add? I think the only thing that I might add as something to speak to additionally is 585 implementation and assessment redesign. So that would be the only thing I would add. Thanks. Anything else here? Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Coons.
So our hope would be, now that we have the buckets, is to come back with a draft. The data might not be included, but at least the draft around the data, so that you have an opportunity to see the evolution of that annual report Obviously, as Dr. Myers mentioned, a lot of this data is a collection point. I want to remind the board that we don't have the capacity to have data sharing in the state of Virginia with our K-12 partners. We ask for that data and we pull that data 3 times a year through a secure spreadsheet sharing, and that's a comprehensive process. So we will definitely work to get that annual report to the board and the framing around that annual report. There will frequently be gaps in data collection because of the time it takes for Dr. Myers' team to put that together.
Anything else on this item before we move to item B? Okay, let's move to item B, please. Dr. Mott, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, Superintendent Coons, members of the board. My name is Brian Mott. I'm the Executive Director at Virtual Virginia, and I thank you for taking time this morning to let me share a little bit about the program, some earnest examples of how it was used this year, and revisiting that Virtual Virginia model that the schools have used for so long. You all were presented with a handout, I believe, and I'm going to briefly cover the history of Virtual Virginia. We could stand up here all day and talk about the great things that's happened here over the decades, but I'll cover it briefly just to get us started. For more than 40 years, Virtual Virginia has been around. We have not just been a pandemic prop up. We have been around for 4 decades, and we made digital learning available to all students in the Commonwealth with no barriers to enrollment, regardless of where they come from, regardless of where they live. Virtual Virginia is available, and students have taken advantage of our program for a long time. We're a partner to school divisions. You see in the graphic there in the handout, schools and Virtual Virginia work together. We're trying to create the environment for a successful online learner, and each partner does what they do best. Schools know their students. They provide student services, anything that's needed in the building for the students, any textbooks or resources necessary to participate in courses. And Virtual Virginia provides that teaching and learning environment, that online teaching and learning environment that has been successful for so long. In that handout as well, you'll see a current participation map from divisions. Nearly all divisions use Virtual Virginia in some capacity. Some divisions use Virtual Virginia for full-time online learners. Some use us for part-time online learners, and somewhere in between. Some divisions have incredible flexibility and they support their students, and we're just happy to be part of that innovation and support them. You see some current feedback from the field, from students, parents, and schools in your handout as well. I say current because we still have a summer session going on with a lot of students across the Commonwealth. So that data you see before you kind of represents the 23-24 school year. You see high levels of satisfaction with the program. Students are generally satisfied with the program, parents are, and schools. So we're really happy that everybody that's participating is generally happy with the program when they're done. That's what we want. We want advocates when people come out of Virtual Virginia, and we're seeing that. And again, we'll provide updated numbers to those surveys in the board report Mr. Chapman just mentioned, but that snapshot you see is through last week. So expect some changes there through the end of the year. Our support model involves more than just a student. There is a model of Virtual Virginia and schools working together where school personnel are involved in the process as well. So students aren't learning on an island. They're part of the school. They're part of the school community. They're part of that school culture. They maintain their counselor. They maintain their principal. In some cases, some divisions have virtual schools where they support students that way. But in most cases, school divisions enroll students through their school building, their local school. So they retain that community aspect. And students and schools participate for a variety of reasons. Again, you see some of that snapshot survey information before you. It's great to see that some students prefer virtual learning as their number one reason. Of course, is not available locally. We all hear that story. And of course, students trying to get ahead. I do expect some shift in those results in the students trying to get ahead, as the summer students have not been surveyed yet. So you may see some shift there. The reason why I say summer students trying to get ahead is we are currently in our last 2 days of summer session at Virtual Virginia, a very large summer session. As you can tell, it continues to grow, even down from those 2021 heights. The summer session continues to grow year over year. And if I had to guess or make a list of our top 5 courses of students trying to get ahead over the summer, it would look very similar to the top 5 you see in front of you right there. So I imagine there'll be some shift on those surveys, more students probably trying to get ahead, but we'll see when the end results come in. So we have we're very proud of this year's summer session. our students and teachers participating at a high level. And I wanted to give you a perspective today from a student. And we have a very exceptional summer student to choose from. His name is Canton Murphy, and he's a Williamsburg, James City County student. And Canton has goals, to put it lightly. Canton wants to take 15 AP courses over the course of his high school career. And he had to clear some space, to be honest. So he's one of our summer students. He took 2 classes. He took PE 10 and chemistry going into his sophomore year, and that allowed him to free up time during his school year to take AP courses through his school. And he has other interests as well as musical theater and honors. And Canton's able to balance all of his interests and be flexible by leveraging Virtual Virginia through his plan. You can see some fantastic quotes there, and he's really a model. This wouldn't have been possible without the flexibility, and that his hope is that other students are made aware of the opportunities Virtual Virginia can provide. And one thing I love that Canton put in his letter to us was he appreciated that there was many layers of support to ensure that students were successful. Part of that I referenced early with the school being a partner in this process. The other piece is, we've been around for a while. We've had some challenges. We don't want to be the crack that students can fall through. So we do support students and families from the very beginning. There's a lot of support at Virtual Virginia to ensure that students begin courses successfully and complete our courses successfully. So we salute Canton and all the other students at Virtual Virginia Summer Session. You guys got 2 more days. I know it's an exciting time, and we definitely look forward to the places that Canton's going and all of our students that participate in our summer learning. Any questions about summer learning? I know it's a space that traditionally, when you talk about taking courses or advanced courses, it's sometimes left out of that conversation, but you can see with the growth year over year here at Virtual Virginia that more and more students are finding this as an option and a solution for them. Before I jump into school year from the last school year examples, any questions about summer school from the board? Okay, I do think I'm going to revisit it in a moment, so we'll come back to summer. Yeah,
I'm just going to ask what EPF is for all of the general public out in the world.
Economics and Personal Finance, and
Thank you.
yes, and that is our #1 course this summer. So we're really excited to make that flexibility available to students. It is a requirement. So, and if this top 10, if we had to keep going from the top 5, you would see Spanish level 3, world language level 3. So students who are trying to complete that requirement and doing so over the summer. Really, Virtual Virginia, I can sit here again and talk about all the great things we do, but we mostly respond to divisions. We respond to divisions innovating and to respond to their needs. And so the majority, and I say roughly 85%, because we give divisions through the end of July to update their status in our system, but roughly 85%, probably more, of students enrolled in Virtual Virginia are part-time in a building. So our students are learning from a school building, the vast majority. We do have a full-time program, but the majority of students our vast majority are in a building. Students can be enrolled in a variety of methods. It can be synchronous, asynchronous, or mixed delivery, a combination of both. And I'll talk about these models in just a moment. We support flexible schedules. So if a student wants to take a course and they can't match our synchronous time, students can take a course asynchronously and still engage with teachers and their peers across the state in that course. And again, we respond to divisions. A lot of we respond to our staffing needs, right? Obviously, divisions have staffing needs and they turn to Virtual Virginia for that. But sometimes they just have one student, and that one student has a need, and they're looking for an innovative solution to serve that student. So I'm going to jump into some examples from last year because I think that they will help paint a picture of how Virtual Virginia is being utilized by school divisions. First, I'm going to start with a virtual live classroom model. Now, this is an option where students are taught at the same time every day, live by a Virtual Virginia teacher synchronously. Okay, and this is a model where schools will come to us early in the registration process, usually in June, and say, hey, we can't hire a staff member. They commit early to Virtual Virginia for at least the first semester. And we have a teacher, we connect that, and we make it happen during their bell schedule at their school. The illustration here kind of represents the model as well. You see somebody in the building, a caring adult, we call that role a mentor. And that mentor is active during that process. Students are engaged, their computers are open, they're watching their teacher, and they're engaged with that live instruction. This is used across the state, but a few places I do want to call out: Franklin County, chemistry. They were able to continue offering chemistry in Franklin County schools, leveraging Virtual Virginia. Southampton County offering trigonometry to their students. and Manassas City offering English language arts 7. And I believe there was some honors 7 in there as well, sprinkled in. So a little extra layer to the Manassas innovation. And we're super proud of all our partnerships across the state. I'm just calling out these 3 as living examples. I want to dig deeper into that Franklin County example for a moment. This was over multiple class periods during the day. A single mentor, so they had one individual in the building who supported all the students learning chemistry at Virtual Virginia. Schools can do it differently, but Franklin County chose this approach. And this actually was over several semesters. They had 3 semesters of using Virtual Virginia to staff their chemistry need, and they evolved over each semester. This story is just, when you pull back the layers, is really awesome. And their delivery, I say live and mixed because they started live, but then they started to identify students who were independent, who could really function and thrive on their own and didn't need that day-to-day synchronous instruction, and they were able to schedule the students who needed live in the morning and the students who were more independent throughout the afternoon and the day, who still had access to their teacher, but they didn't need live instruction to complete their chemistry course. In fact, we actually were lucky enough to have that mentor send us in a sort of a testimony, and we're going to try to play this here. Hopefully the audio will come through.
At Franklin County High School in the Franklin County Public School District. And we partnered with Virtual Virginia for the past 2 years to ensure that we were able to offer chemistry at our high school. At our high school, we had a lot of staffing issues and we weren't able to have chemistry teachers. And we did 3 semesters with Virtual Virginia. Our first semester, we had half students taking it in person, and then we had the other half taking Virtual Virginia. And then the next semester, we had everyone completely on Virtual Virginia, and we did have a lab instructor come in, that was me, from the local college and help with hands-on learning and offer some tutoring. And then the next semester, I was hired as a chemistry teacher, and I was the mentor for a Virtual Virginia class with Miss Radke. And that worked amazingly. We were able to offer synchronous lessons with Miss Radke for the first 3 to 5 weeks. And then we moved it was synchronous for 1 period, and then we would share that recording with the other periods, and Miss Radke was available until the end of the day for students to contact and ask her questions if they had any follow-up questions about the video before they went into their assignments. And this worked amazingly, and it gave us time to get our staffing up, and we are now able to teach it fully in person. We have enough staff now. And Virtual Virginia was extremely helpful in allowing us to continue to offer chemistry, because without them, we would no longer have been able to offer chemistry to our students, which is a very important class for any upper level science classes. And now we have students who were able to take it virtually and have been able to move on to higher science classes and really delve into their interest. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to have worked with Virtual Virginia and the opportunities they gave to our school and our school system.
And so there's so many layers to the story you love. You heard her reference. She was a college student at Ferrum. And they came and they found her and they brought her in as a mentor, and she now is a teacher at that school. There's so many more layers to this. And the relationship that this mentor had with our teachers, that was powerful. Like, they were working in conjunction to identify students who need support and provide that to individual students. It was just a great example of some Region 6 innovation that I'd love to see coming out of Franklin County. Another example of how Virtual Virginia can support schools is sort of a mixed independent synchronous study. And when we say mixed independent, we're talking about some live, but a lot more independent, right? Where students can learn on their own time at their own space, still in the building, but not necessarily relying on live Virtual Virginia instruction during every class period. There are many examples across the state, but some that we'll call out: Charlottesville City Biology and Biology 2, actually. I'll highlight them in just a moment. Grayson County, Spanish 1, I did the onboarding there. They lost a teacher midway during the year and turned to Virtual Virginia to complete their learning in Spanish 1. And Appomattox County for Earth Science. And these are scenarios where the school division knew it was temporary. This was just get us through the semester, right? Let's keep these students learning. Let's offer these courses, and let's keep the process going forward. I mentioned I wanted to call out Charlottesville City because they had a great example. They did Biology 1 and Biology 2, so an advanced course and a core course. And they knew it was temporary until they were able to find that staff member in Charlottesville City. Virtual Virginia was going to be a temporary solution. And that was great, as they were very open from the beginning. These students were actually enrolled after school started. So there was not the typical onboarding where we go and we, get the kids logged in and get them started in their course. This moved very, very fast, but Charlottesville had a strong support system. Again, we did on-site support for this group. We supported both the mentor and the students. They had a revolving door at mentor at this scenario. It wasn't just one person like we saw in Franklin County. It was people coming in sometimes weekly, and that happens. So we wanted to make sure that support level remained high for this group. And the success story here is they were able to transition to an in-person teacher after that semester. So they didn't lose a semester. They were able to leverage Virtual Virginia for their advanced biology and their core biology and keep their students moving. And I will try to.
Hi, my name is Jessica Brantley. I'm the Health and PE and Virtual Education Coordinator for Charlottesville City Schools. While Air Division has utilized Virtual Virginia in some capacity for several years, including pre-COVID, this year we enrolled a large cohort of students into bio 2 ecology, and environmental science. This collaboration began a few weeks into the school year due to 2 full-time science positions not being filled at Charlottesville High School. We were struggling with having continuity with substitutes and teachers covering in the classroom, and having these subs implement plans for other full-time staff was not working well. I was tasked with looking into options for our school, and when I reached out, immediately the Virtual Virginia admin and staff provided assistance. We enrolled our impacted students into Virtual Virginia sections as a temporary solution until we could hire a licensed full-time teacher in our building, although we were prepared to go the full school year if needed as well. I was impressed with the quick response from the Virtual Virginia administration. They had our students set up in their courses within a few days of the division approving the partnership. And that week, Virtual Virginia admin were on site to support myself, as well as the science coordinator, the CHS admin, and students with onboarding and getting into the courses to navigate the material and review the expectations moving forward. Live instruction was available to students during the regularly scheduled science courses, and the Virtual Virginia teachers also offered office hours to students and families for additional support. We greatly appreciate the flexibility to accommodate our students in our division, even though it was for the short term. We had 2 full-time teachers that set up the in-person positions, and they started at the beginning of the second semester. The Virtual Virginia admin and teachers continued to support and teach our students until that time, and assisted our new teachers with identifying areas that needed to be covered the remainder of the year. As a division, we will continue to utilize Virtual Virginia as we have in the past, and we would definitely consider them as an option if we were to have another situation like the one this year. They were very professional, timely, and incredibly supportive of our school community during the partnership.
And these examples I wanted to share with you were just examples over the last year, earnest examples of how folks use the program, how divisions are leveraging their needs through innovation and a partnership with Virtual Virginia. Now, I do want to talk about the traditional model. The traditional model that most of you are familiar with Virtual Virginia is an asynchronous advanced independent study. When you go back year over year, you can find successes in many divisions of how they leverage Virtual Virginia asynchronously. And here's just a few call outs. In Tazewell County, AP World History. Stafford County, which has a wide catalog of AP offerings, still leveraged Virtual Virginia for AP CS principals. And Chesapeake City, one of those virtual schools I mentioned we have a strong partnership with, leveraged Virtual Virginia for AP European history. In all of these subjects, Virtual Virginia also outscored Virginia and the global average on those AP exams. So great successes happening across the state using the traditional model. And really, we are responding to division needs by providing that flexible schedule in that AP model, in that asynchronous model. It supports students with courses with varying enrollments. Sometimes, there's just a few students in a school that need a course, and you can't really hire a teacher necessarily or have a class for that. You can enroll them through Virtual Virginia. If it's one, I called out those divisions because they had multiple enrollments. There's a success if there's one student enrolling in an AP course in a division to me. So we're very excited to continue supporting those divisions that need varying enrollment or low enrollment advanced courses. Again, this is a mixed delivery model. You see in the graphic here, the students, some are live. You can see some with headphones on. Some are engaging in their course, maybe watching a recording. Some are engaging in high quality instruction asynchronously. These 3 students, this is a cross section from a classroom. These could all be taking 3 different courses. They don't have to be taking the same course. So schools design this model in different ways. Our mentor here you see sitting down, he's probably communicating with several Virtual Virginia teachers if these students are taking multiple courses as well. So this is what I say the traditional model of Virtual Virginia is, right? And there's typically a space in a schoolroom or a building where students come. It could be the library, could be a classroom. We've seen all kinds of setups and scenarios over the years, but students are engaging with Virtual Virginia during their day, during their school day. And even though students are learning asynchronously, they still participate in whole group, small group, and one-to-one opportunities in their learning. So let's jump into the variety of advanced course offerings that are available through Virtual Virginia. We've seen, like I said, earnest examples of this year being used. We've seen the traditional model. What's available to students? So Virtual Virginia has a wide catalog. We have 28 AP courses. As I mentioned, this year we did outscore Virginia and the global average on 14 of those, so half. And there's some mixed in betweens. And some scores, some subjects we outscored Virginia, and some it was outscoring the global. But we're very pleased with our AP results from this year and over the years. Virtual Virginia does provide dual enrollment online as well, and I'll cover that in just a second. Some cybersecurity options, other advanced courses, and we'll talk about the other options. Maybe Virtual Virginia isn't your solution. There's other options available in the Commonwealth as well. Let's begin with AP. Again, just a cross section of what's available: AP Art History, Comparative Government, Computer Science Principles, European History, Human Geography, Spanish Language Culture, U.S. History, and World History Modern. Again, I called these examples out because Virtual Virginia students, or students enrolled in Virtual Virginia, did outscore Virginia and the global averages on all those subjects as well. We also provide pathways for dual enrollment. Students who enroll through Virtual Virginia can enroll in a program for Career Studies Certificate in Cybersecurity and Network Foundations, preparing them for their CompTIA and A+ security exams. We do provide a pathway for the UGCS, so students can earn a 2-year degree through Virtual Virginia. And we plan to expand that pathway over the coming years as well. And we do offer that passport option as well. So students who are enrolling through Virtual Virginia can still get dual enrollment and have those opportunities available to them online. Cybersecurity as well. I mentioned this program is through a unique partnership we have with Tidewater Community College. Students can complete this cluster, and that does prepare them for the industry-recognized CompTIA exams. So we are very proud of this offering, and we look forward to continuing to make this available statewide going forward. And other advanced courses, there's so many, I just included a few. Sign Language Level 3, Biology 2, Creative Writing, Data Science, German 3 and 4, Health Informatics, Trig, Visual Art and Design 2. These are all advanced courses that students can enroll and take through their school and take it during their school day as well. Oh, pardon me. I'll have Mr. Armstrong come up here and share a bit for a moment. And as I mentioned earlier, maybe Virtual Virginia isn't your solution. Thankfully, there are other solutions out there as well.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. I want to thank Dr. Mott for letting me rent a little bit of space in the slide deck to remind you about the multi-division online partners. I have a one-pager I'd like to bring up real quick. Since 2010, the Code of Virginia has allowed local school boards to enter into contracts with multi-division online partners, also known as affectionately as MOPS, to provide online courses or programs through the school division to Virginia students that reside either within or outside of that division. And the DOE regularly reviews and evaluates the providers, and we actually did that recently. That should be renewed soon, and we maintain this on the website as well. I'm happy to answer any questions about our MOPS.
Dr. Armstrong, I think one thing that I would like to point out as it relates to the multi-division online provider network is that generally these are one course options for students. And so like you heard Dr. Mott talk about, many of their students are taking one course, maybe in the summertime to advance. We often see PE, those other course options that sort of create more space in a student's schedule. The provider network here is much more expansive than just what you see on this list. And is provided for on our DOE website. So that is something that is a little bit more robust than what you see here. So if you have an interest in a little bit more expansive knowledge on the multi-division online provider network, I would just encourage you all to spend a little bit of time on DOE's website to be able to see just how vast. We have some accredited providers that have been approved by the board in years past to provide individual courses. And so the department does do that one-off approval course by course basis. So just to give a little bit more depth and breadth to this and a little more background.
President Creasy, we're happy to put together a briefing and send it out to the board if that would be helpful.
I think that would be good, please.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Hand it back to you. Sure. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Yeah, and we certainly, if folks reach out to us and we aren't the solution, we certainly do send them to the MOPS as well, because that is another opportunity for students. So what does it look like, right? We've heard about the history. We've heard about recent examples of how the program's been leveraged. We heard about the traditional model. What does it look like, right? What does it cost? And Virtual Virginia has a band fee structure where each school division, based on their local composite index, receives a discounted enrollment fee. So if you begin at the global fee, the purple box in the bottom right, you'll see that the semester credit fee is $275 per half credit. Each division receives a $50 discount based off of what band they fall into with their local composite index. And again, we enroll by semester because sometimes that's all schools need us for. We don't enroll for the entire course. We give as much flexibility as we possibly can in our model. And we want to make sure that school divisions aren't burdened for things that they aren't receiving. So this model has been in place for a long time and has been largely successful. As you can see, those fees are about as low as you can get. We try to keep them as competitive as possible. So for students in band 1, they would essentially be at $250 a credit, ranging up to band 3, $450, depending upon their division's local composite index. So what does this look like when you flesh it out into a model? And we have all 3 bands that public schools would participate. Yes, ma'am.
Just a clarifying question. That's per student, right?
Per student, yes.
Thanks.
Yes. And so I'll get into some models in just a moment where we have 30 students in a class. Here's the first one, and then we'll go 150 as well, just to kind of give you 2 perspectives on this. You can see, let's begin in band 1 for a class size of 30. Those VVA fees, when fleshed out over the full credit, are $7,500 for a full class. For the mentor, we use some data we were able to examine from the all-in. We ballparked $30 an hour. It depends on where you live in the state. That could, vary. Just plug a different number in there depending on your locality. Roughly $10,800 there for a grand total of $18,000 for a class of 30. All the way up to band 3, you see that range goes up to about $24,000 when the fees kick in band 3. So still relatively affordable, still relatively digestible for our schools. But the impact is there. Those 30 students are still served in whatever courses they need. If you scale up, to 150, again, really the only increase there we added was more fees because there's more students enrolling. And we did add a mentor outside of 2 hours a day. We added a full day mentor there at 125 a day. Again, you can plug in your number based on your locality there. You can see that's still relatively attractive for school divisions. Let's say this is replacing a teacher, 150 to 1. Those numbers are still relatively digestible for our partner divisions. So we're excited to keep our fees low and make these opportunities available for more students in that way.
Dr. Coons? Dr. Mott, I know you are very versed, but you went through that quite quickly.
Sure.
And Ms. Holton said on the first slide, that is per student, just a one-off course fee. Can you kind of define a class size of 30? That would be 30 online students. What would a VVA fee include? Can you give us a little bit more detail in that band 1 kind of course?
Absolutely. So for I guess that's a burnt orange. We'll go to burnt orange in band 1. The fee is for the full credit, right? So this is a student completing a credit, not completing a half credit, as we give that flexibility when students enroll, but actually taking the full course, both sides of that half credit. So it would be 250 times 30. That's the 7,500 at band 1. If that helps clarify there. So that's all the fees Virtual Virginia collects are the 7,500. The mentor costs are whatever is, we just, have an example there as a placeholder. It's really up to the school to determine how they staff that mentor position.
That makes math much more clear. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I'm more than happy to do the same thing here in our 150 model as well. Again, that's the 3750 you see in the burnt orange band 1. That represents 150 students completing 1 full credit. That's the Virtual Virginia fee. Again, that mentor fee is flexible based on where you are across the Commonwealth. We know that can vary. And again, how do you fund the program? There's so many ways in which there's many sources in which schools can use to fund Virtual Virginia mentors and enrollment fees. Here we just have a few before you. Some of these are very familiar, but there is a steady stream of funding for Virtual Virginia and the supports needed in that school through the mentor as well. All right, so here's when. How do you engage? In the fall, we have 2 cohorts to support different varying schedules. So one of them begins here in a couple of weeks, and then we have another cohort for our later start date divisions that begins a little later in August. The deadline to get live instruction was June 27th, but you can still enroll now today to use that traditional model to offer asynchronous learning or mixed delivery to your students in your schools. So we had 2 late enrollment windows for our fall semester. Number 1, it does provide schedule changes and students who just showed up, right? If we closed enrollment in June, it wouldn't provide schools enough flexibility to do those last minute enrollments. So we do have 2 windows to support needs there as well. Spring for 25 is open right now. The deadline there is December 5th. We will have a late enrollment window in January, again, to support late enrollment needs. And we're already talking about summer 25 before 24 is over. But again, we'll have 2 cohorts there as well. And enrollment will begin in that space in March 2025.
Okay, questions?
I just want
Dr.
to,
Coons?
yeah, I just want to, last month, everybody was talking about advanced courses in middle school. And do we have options? Do we have availability? And we mentioned Virtual Virginia, MOPS, and some of those options that are in place when a school division might not have a teacher, might not have the flexibility in having a teacher. So I want to give a huge shout out to Deputy Secretary Cooper, who is in the back. She oversees the educational technology team and works very closely with Dr. Mott to share some of the options that are available for our students to have access to courses across the Commonwealth and have open ability to do that. And I also asked him to talk about the affordability of that and where the fund sources could come from. As a reminder, this would be a fund source in lieu of that licensed teacher that might be in that classroom. So really appreciate you tailoring this to some of the asks of the board and some of the questions that they had. But also today, you're going to hear later about seat time flexibility and House Bill 1477. So really excited to have this cohesion that we've been working for in our working meetings to really do that. So thank you, Dr. Mott, for coming so quickly and giving this update based on board asks last time.
Ms. Holton?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Mott, and thank you, Dr. Coons, for bringing this to us. It's incredibly helpful. I think I've shared with you that I'm a longtime fan of Virtual Virginia. I knew of it when you all, if I recall correctly, first started to help deliver AP course, before technology was anything like what it is now in terms of availability. You were delivering AP courses to remote parts of Virginia where a student might not be able to take AP physics, say, in a rural county where there was only 1 or 2 students who wanted who were eligible to take it. And so the school just couldn't simply offer it then. And that's just, I'm sure that's a big part of what you're still doing, and it's huge. I think I shared with you before, and we'll share with my colleagues now, that I had a personal experience when my daughter was a student at Richmond Public Schools Middle School, took Chinese, and this was 50,000 years ago. Again, when there were technology glitches at the time, but the local school and Virtual Virginia worked to overcome them. And she took Chinese in middle school with her fellow classmates being from around the state. And she interacted with the Virtual Virginia. There was both a Virtual Virginia Chinese native speaker who did a lot of the instruction, but there was also a Virtual Virginia teacher who called me to do parent-teacher conferences. I was so impressed and interacted directly with my daughter on a one-to-one personalized basis, in addition to in the mixed delivery system. And there was somebody at the local school, mainly dealing with technology, but they were there. And so it was just a terrific experience, and I think it's a terrific model. One thing I don't, so that's my comment, but if I may have a couple of questions.
Sure.
One is, can you help us understand the numbers, and have we progressed? So you've got us the summer numbers, but what's your overall participation, and how has that changed over time?
Absolutely. Yeah. Obviously, during the 2021-22 school year, virtual Virginia was leaned into in immense
Exploded,
ways.
right.
Right. And so I believe we were up to 30,000 students that year. And the year after, 22-23, it went down to 14,000. This year, it came back to earth. This year, we actually grew from that 14,000 again to go slightly above. So we'll have some end of year in the board report Mr. Chapman mentioned earlier. We'll have some end of year numbers there coming. But we did grow from last year's decline up this year. So overall.
And what was your pre-pandemic? Where were you approximately before?
Pre-pandemic, we are way above where we were pre-pandemic. Everybody had an experience, good or bad, learning online, and just more people are comfortable with it now.
Yep.
So
So that 14K where you are now is well above where you were pre-pandemic.
Well above. We were in the 6-7 range before that.
And does that 14K include your summer numbers?
No, not yet.
Okay, so so your total numbers would be 14,000 plus 6,000?
There's some plus 6,000. There's a little nuance there because a lot of our summer learners are students who are taking courses with us during the year. If I had to guess, and this is just a ballpark, I would say somewhere around 16,000 is a safe number to say for this year.
And that's students, not courses. So courses would be higher than that.
Right. Depending on how many courses a student needs. Some take two, some take one, some take their full complement with us.
And on your fee structure, am I right that in addition to the local divisions paying a fee to help make this happen, does Virtual Virginia still get some state support, state financial support?
Yes, we do get, the General Assembly gives us an appropriation. That's used as startup money. It essentially equates to, we give 6,000 free seats away in the beginning of the school year. So those are first come, first served. And it gives us direction on where to staff. The GA appropriation does there. It's year over year changes. It really depends on those free seats when they come in. That money helps us staff those positions. And it does give us, again, some guidance on where to go. If we have a huge need on, let's say, chemistry, we'll staff those positions, and that'll give us a head start on that chemistry positions that come in after that are fee-based.
So the fees apply, but only after,
6,000 free ones up front. Yes.
Gotcha. Great.
Yeah.
And those fees are not being charged to the students, right? Are divisions passing those fees on to students, or do we know?
Division policy. So again, 131 different ways of doing this, and we support whatever innovations they have. Some divisions, if there's what policies I've seen over time, I don't know if they're all still in place, are if you're taking a full course complement with the school locally and adding a Virtual Virginia course, I've seen school divisions say you got to pay for that one extra course. I've seen school divisions cover all the fees. So it's everything in between. You can imagine, but it really does depend on those divisions' policies.
Well, and it may depend on when divisions required to offer biology and can't come up with a teacher. I hope they're providing that for free to the students, as opposed to indulging my daughter in taking Chinese. But I will say she was not charged a fee by Richmond Public Schools at the time.
Yeah, if I had a magic wand,
excited to be offering electives to students. So,
right.
But that does, that is a concern for me, that when we're charging fees to students, that obviously raises equity issues. And so I'd be interested in what can we as a board do to help expand equitable access and to expand access overall, because you all are a huge potential of the solution to teacher shortage issues. You're providing top quality licensed teachers, just doing it remotely. And when we're talking about teacher shortage issues and expanding the need for, say, algebra or other advanced math in middle schools, I see you all as a huge part of the solution. But what are the barriers how come you're not quadruple those numbers? And how can we help you get to quadruple those?
Yeah, I think it's a number of factors, the barriers to enrollment. One is we allow divisions to decide who is the best fit for a virtual Virginia course versus an in-person course. So the divisions still are the gatekeeper to a lot of our public school students. I do think you're seeing a lot more that relaxed, over the last couple of years. Again, most folks are just generally comfortable learning online. Virtual Virginia's got a good reputation. So, we don't run into a lot of that, but it still does exist in some places, sure.
Well, and I totally get that when you can hire an in-person teacher, absolutely. But to address these teacher shortage issues where we've got divisions or expansion issues, like we're asking schools to offer more advanced math in middle school. And that gets me to another question, which is I love the example from, was it Franklin County, where the college student became the licensed teacher. That sort of teacher development model, I would love to see you all working that model in a more deliberative, maybe you are already in an intentional fashion. How can we use the virtual Virginia teacher to have a student teacher in the classroom and or as the mentor and or otherwise basically do apprenticeship type things to expand our teacher capacity.
Yeah, and I love that story too. I think I've talked about that. I think part of it is divisions seeing these models. So seeing the story in Franklin County, seeing the story in Charlottesville, and there's dozens more across the state. We only had so much time this morning. But I think as long as we continue to advocate and show that this is happening right next door to you in Region 6 and in Region 5, right? These are great models of innovation. And you can take whatever needs you have, plug your innovation in, and how to leverage virtual Virginia to get where you need to be. So I think continuing to take moments like these to share these stories is going to help get us there as well.
We had a model some years ago when Dr. Staples was with us where he was, and I don't remember whether Virtual Virginia was the partner he was working with. I assume it was you to help deliver algebra instruction to high schools. And I'm remembering a particular jurisdiction that was struggling with hiring algebra teachers in high school at that point. And if I recall correctly, the model was deliberately a teacher development model in that the mentor in the room was a potential teacher candidate of some sort, or maybe a teacher who was licensed in another field but not licensed in algebra. And part of the goal was to help the mentors become licensed algebra teachers. Did that go anywhere? Or
I remember that. I've been here since 2006. I remember that program. It was called the Math Outreach Program, and it was 2015. Yeah, essentially there was money allotted for a live teacher to teach across the state, to be broadcast teaching Algebra 1 across the state. You can see there's logistical issues there in 2015. There's logistical issues in 2024 if you try to do that now to every student. Who is the teacher of record? Where are the students attributed to in that algebra course? Are they attributed to the local school or to Virtual Virginia? Since then, we've refined a lot of our practices and policies. And so you see that program is somewhat reflected in what's happening today. But that was a highly innovative program that just over the last decade has been refined into what you're seeing today, and as far as live instruction.
But the piece of it that I'm remembering that I would love to encourage you to pursue is the teacher development piece of it. Because we're going to need more algebra teachers.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the board members or comments? I do have a couple of questions myself. So I do recall there was quite an influx of funding that was passed on to Virtual Virginia during the pandemic. You had, I think, 2 shots of an increase in funding. Can you, just for the board's sake, remind us what the purpose was of that, or what the outcome was of those influx dollars that went into Virtual Virginia and the sustainability from that point forward to today? I mean, so I know we had some kindergarten opportunities during the pandemic. Are we still using those opportunities, or is that gone by the wayside?
Yes, still offering. So there were the 2 shots you referenced. Ones we've already talked about is the expansion of free seats. So it went from 3,000 statewide to that 6,000 I talked about earlier, and that was a permanent expansion. So more students are able to get enrolled for free now. The second you're referring to is the expansion of full-time options. So supporting divisions that had full-time online learner needs. And over the last 4 years, that program continues to stay in place. It's still there. Obviously smaller than it was during the during the height, but divisions still have that need and they still need that support. They still have full-time students who want to learn online, who want to be part of their community, want to be part of their school, and they're using Virtual Virginia for that. So that still does exist. Yeah.
Okay, and just so for the board, we are offering K through 12 courses.
Full-time. Yeah.
Full-time. Okay, good. And then I think the other thing I wanted to ask is, are we touching every school division with Virtual Virginia, or do we still have school divisions that are choosing to partner with other virtual providers like they were given the opportunity to do during the pandemic?
You see, I believe in the handout, there was a map, and the map has divisions that are gray and blue. The blue is our participating divisions, and there are, I think, just about 9 or 10 from last year. We have to get those final summer numbers in that didn't participate, but those divisions cycle. And some years they use us, some years they don't. You're right. They may have an alternative solution through one of the MOPs that they're satisfied with, and that's great as long as their students are getting served. That's the important thing. But largely, if I had to ballpark it, I would say about 90% of divisions, 95 and higher years participate with the program.
And additionally, so just so that those who are watching from the public can understand, can you talk about the licensing of the teachers that provide instruction? Where do they live? Their license is required to be, they have to have a Virginia license. Can you go into that?
Yeah,
field?
all of our teachers are appropriately licensed and endorsed in the subjects they teach. Many of them live in the Commonwealth, but many of them live outside the Commonwealth. Military families, they've moved. Some of our longtime teachers have moved out of the Commonwealth. They're still highly qualified teachers, still endorsed in the subjects they teach in the state of Virginia. So,
we hear those stories of those military spouses, perhaps, that may be teachers in Virtual Virginia that have gone essentially all over the world while they still maintain their instructor employment here in Virtual Virginia.
we actually had a teacher meeting at a base in Germany last year. It was fantastic. A couple of our teachers were stationed in the same base, so they got together and they made for great pictures.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think that is all of my, I would like to see some outcome data on the larger, so what is the side, I hate to use the word revenue, but on the global data side, what is sort of that annual number? Do you fluctuate drastically, or is it a pretty average number? Because I do know we have, students that are external to our systems, our public systems, homeschool students, private school students that are using Virtual Virginia, that I really think is important for us to be, clearly aware of. Are we getting those students on a continual basis? Is that growing? How is that looking?
Some cases it's continual. German language is one where we get a lot of students from North Carolina and our neighbor schools that aren't able to offer that. So they'll enroll through Virtual Virginia. Again, that global fee is still relatively attractive, even though it's the highest band. It's not out of reach for a lot of schools and out of state students. We also have out of country. So, last year we had students from Taiwan taking AP courses. They were coming here after they were graduating, coming to post-secondary in the United States. And so they turned to Virtual Virginia to offer their AP courses to their students. So it varies. Like I said, in some cases, I can give you counties in North Carolina that enroll with us year over year based on the availability of our world language courses. But in some cases, it's just year over year need.
And I think that's something to speak to, so.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly. Please, Dr. Bryce.
Do you have data on how students are using the program? So the example you gave of this gentleman, Canton Murphy, he's using it to get ahead, right? Do you know what proportion of students are using it for that reason as opposed to using it to still graduate on time?
We do collect some of that in the survey that I referenced earlier. And again, that is snapshot today's responses. So we do collect reason for participation. And so that isn't one of them you mentioned wasn't in there. So that may be something we track going forward. But for this year, we do have those reasons you see. I believe there was a handout. You should see it in the bottom left is a reason for participation. But that is a great add there, right? And again, I do expect some shift there as the summer school students complete those surveys.
Ms. Holton? I'm sorry, Ms. Kilgore, go ahead.
I just want to ask, 6,000, how is that? I know you said first come, first serve, but
midnight on the day in no, it opens at 8 a.m. and we have schools lined up. So as many of them know their needs in March, they know what it's going to be when enrollment opens. It used to be that those would last several weeks. Those enrollments, those free enrollments would be around for a long time. Now we're down to just about a week, sometimes just a day or two over that first week they're available.
Ms. Fulton?
In response to President Creasy's question, and you may have said this and I may have missed it, but that your budget went up during the pandemic as it should have, your General Assembly support. I assume that that increase, that bump was a temporary bump and now you're back down to, what would you know off the top of your head what your General Assembly funding is? How much you get?
4.7. And that amounts to, and we have different programs that supports out of the, it's not just all the K-12 program. We have Virtual Virginia. We had more time today. I would have covered everything, but we have other programs we do as well. Roughly that's about 3.2 million in startup for teachers. So you can do some math there, 35 teachers roughly as startup.
I just would love to encourage the department, Dr. Coons and Virtual Virginia to think about a budget request as a solution for teacher shortages, which is in my estimation our number one challenge right now, where you can provide classrooms, a licensed qualified teacher in subject areas that are hard to fill. I mean, maybe you all have trouble recruiting enough math teachers too. So, but you've just got more flexibility than many of our divisions do in terms of where you're hiring and et cetera. And or what else can we do to help you expand your capacity? If there's things we as a board can do, I hope you'll, regulatory wise or otherwise, that would help you expand your capacity. I hope you'll bring it back to our attention.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Further comments or questions? Dr. Mott, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming and doing this for us. And we certainly want to continue to hear from you with just ongoing updates as you see fit. Certainly, we would welcome you to come whenever you feel the need or want to express anything to the board, certainly. So thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to take an hour lunch break. And we will be back at 1:15. Thank you. Say something before we break or no? No? Okay, sorry. Thank you. I thought I did here. Okay, we are back in session in our work session this afternoon. Before we begin item C, I would just like to remind board members, kind of a reset here. Remember that today is our work session, questions, comments out of the way during this time, this day, please, so that we can work through our business session effectively and efficiently tomorrow. I would also like to say to remember to ask to be recognized by the president in order to speak when you would like to be recognized for the purposes of making comments or any questions that you may have. All of that being said, we will move into item C, and Mr. Aldman, please.
Hey, it is good to see you all again. Nice to meet you, Dr. Bryce. We've been working on this process for nearly a year now. I'm going to go through the timeline of what we've accomplished so far, have a lot of meaty updates for you at today's meeting, and then give you a timeline and project where we're going to go from there. So we are talking about Virginia's school performance and support framework today. We're going to review our vision and guiding principles. We're going to talk about the timeline and the decisions and the actions we've taken to date, overview of the regulatory actions, including some things that the board can decide tomorrow. And then we're going to discuss some next steps on some of the modeling updates. We've brought 2 models to the board to talk about at the last meeting. We have a 3rd model to talk through today and show you the results. We're going to talk through what we call the 3E framework on high school readiness for employment, for enrollment in high school and post-secondary opportunities, and enlistment in the military. We're going to talk through some of the readiness framework. Readiness is a big opportunity of other buckets of we want students in elementary school to be ready for middle school to be ready to succeed in high school, and high school to succeed in life. We're going to talk about the ESSA state plan. It's the Every Student Succeeds Act, and every state has a plan they must submit to the federal government. So we have a draft to show you today. It's going to, hopefully with your vote and approval, could go out to public comment for a 30-day process. And then we also have some discussion of the school performance and support framework. So this isn't just about identifying schools, it's about helping schools improve and giving them some transparency and giving them some supports. All right, so throughout this work, we've had a North Star. We've had some guiding principles of what we want to shoot for. And as we get close to some final decisions, I want to remind us of what we've used as our guiding principles along the way. The first is high expectations for every student. So proficiency definitions are set by benchmarking against the demands of Virginia employers and higher education, as well as against states who have the most rigorous definitions of proficiency in the nation. The way that will play out today is we're going to talk through some of the employment outcomes and how we think about what we want our high school students to be ready for. The second principle is transparency and access to actionable information will be a hallmark of our approach and our new system. The way that will play out today is how we talk about the performance categories and how we provide information to the field. The third goal guiding principle is that student academic growth and proficiency are both vital measures, but the system must prioritize getting every student to proficiency and mastery. And so you'll see this in what we talked through. The board has been very clear to weigh both proficiency, achievement, and mastery of content, as well as growth and the progress that students make along the way. And the system includes both of those. I'm excited about some of the ways that growth is being included for the first time in Virginia. The fourth principle is that the purpose of accountability is to build trust between schools, parents, and students through transparent, concrete, and easy to understand reporting. We must provide necessary supports and work alongside schools in need of help. We're not going to talk too much about this. Some of this is to come with some of the report card work that will happen in future iterations, but we will talk about some of the reports and supports that we provide to schools. The fifth guiding principle is that stakeholder input is critical. Teachers, parents, students, and education leaders will inform the board's process to build a best-in-class accreditation accountability school performance system. The way you'll see this is we'll talk through some of the stakeholder engagement that we've had along the way and some of the decisions it's shaped as well. All right, so where we have been and where we are going. As I mentioned, I started with my colleague Ann Heislop. We started coming to you all regularly starting August last year. In October, the board decided to move forward on a formal process to start redesigning the school performance and support framework. We had our first round of feedback. Superintendent Coons, as well as VDO's staff and several board members went out to the field and got feedback on that first round of framework. And then in March, the board decided on a new framework for the school performance and support. So the high level categories and the buckets of what indicators matter and how we should think about school performance. In April, we went back out for another round of in-person stakeholder feedback and gathered input on where we have been and where we were going at that point. And now we're in summer. So we're having some actual data for the board to engage in, look at how some of the decisions that they made in the past influence or sort of dictate or suggest where things might go in the future. The other key point of summer is the ESSA plan. So the Every Student Succeeds Act is more granular, it's more detailed than where we have been historically. And so it's another key step in where we've been from the high level framework to the regulations to the ESSA state plan. Just for everyone understands where we're going, in the future, we have the first year of data collection will start in the coming school year. And then we're hoping to have the implement of the full school performance and support framework results in the fall of 2025. All right, so where we've been and where we're going under the new regulations, which we're going to talk about tomorrow in more depth of, it basically tries to say we had an accreditation system. The state accreditation system was relatively high stakes. Not many schools were identified as not meeting the accreditation requirements. Also, in the wake of the global pandemic, when student performance went down in a meaningful way, the accreditation system didn't pick up some of those changes. And so the board said we want to have a meaningful school performance system that's focused on student outcomes, and the accreditation system will still exist and looking at some of the performance, some of the inputs of minimum requirements to operate a school. The other thing that we heard from divisions is that we want to continue to have school divisions, educators, and families. We heard from them that they didn't want to keep having two systems. So we're operating a state system, state accreditation system, as well as a federal system. And we wanted to unify and braid those systems so that there weren't two sets of data, there weren't two sets of requirements, there weren't two sets of performance improvement systems. So they could all be under one system. And that is what we're going to talk about today is the Virginia School Performance and Support Framework. We're going to starting with the big buckets of the categories. We're going to talk about what is in those categories and then how that works into the system of supports as well. So the three main categories are achievement or mastery. For performance, this is a student-based achievement measure of how are students meeting the performance standards in Virginia. There's growth is how much they are growing over time, particularly in grades 4 through 8, and readiness. So I mentioned the readiness for the next level of performance. And at high school level, there's also graduation as well. The board has determined to have 4 performance categories using those indicators for the different grade bands, which we're going to talk about today later is distinguished, on track, off track, and needs intensive support. I've already mentioned the braiding of federal and state support system to create one system of support and to utilize dollars and to make sure that schools are able to utilize new dollars and put them towards improvement efforts. Tomorrow, the board will vote to move the regulations to the final stage. I'm going to talk a little about the comments that we received, both the number as well as the direction of those comments too. As a consultant supporting this work, I just want to say it's been impressive to watch. It's been a lot of commitment, a lot of time that has gone into the stakeholder engagement processes both in person as well as virtual across the state. I already mentioned that both rounds is quite extensive and quite interesting to watch. I would say the feedback falls into a couple categories. So one, there was an appreciation for the opportunity to provide feedback. There was strong support for the mastery index. So the mastery index doesn't just say, are students proficient meeting one bar? They give weight to students who are meeting all the different bars and going and advancing across the performance levels. And there was strong support for that sort of index across all of the listening sessions. We're going to talk a little bit about the performance task in grades 5 and 8. Superintendent Coons could talk more about that, of what that looks like. But generally, there was support for pushing beyond the current standards of learning tests and what else we can do that's maybe more tied to other sorts of explorations. There was strong support and feedback in favor of a narrative description category rather than an A through F system. The board has been very clear. This isn't about an A through F system. This isn't grading schools. This is about providing transparent, clear performance information. It's also important to represent the hard work of educators and the successes of students while clearly explaining the ongoing support schools need. So this goes back to that transparency point. At the board meeting, again, we've had regular board meetings, regular updates on this work over time. So the board has received 43 public comments, both oral and written, on the standards of accreditation process since September. We've heard particularly strong support after the regulations were made public. So particularly once people can have a chance to sink their teeth into something meaty, it made sense that they were supportive of that. A major theme of the public comment is the need for transparency, maintaining high academic standards, and strong support for the high school readiness factors in particular. And then the board has also heard significant public comment focused on the relative weighting in mastery and growth, a wide variety of views expressed there. I can't neatly summarize them, but the only thing I'll say is that while we have settled on a weighting system at the moment, the board has quite a bit of flexibility going forward. If they wanted to revisit those, they wanted to study and evaluate those too. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Katie Carroll from VDOE to talk through the town hall comments on the regulation for this part.
Good afternoon, Board President Creasy, Superintendent Coons, and members of the board, and thank you for having me today. I am here, as Chad mentioned, to speak to the final town hall comments. First, before I speak to those, I do want to thank the Department of Ed regulatory staff who helped us through this process, as well as Mark Jennings, who is Director of Accountability. So first off, we opened up the public comment for the proposed stage in early May. And then we hosted a public hearing on June 4th and closed the written public comment on Friday, July 5th. And I'm very excited to report to you that nearly 2/3 of the comments were supportive of the proposed regulations, with nearly 70% of the comments on the weighting that were focused on growth and mastery supportive of the higher weighting for mastery. And then 60% of the comments that were solely focused on the English learner inclusion were also supportive of the change that we made in the regulations that moved from 11 semesters to 3 semesters. And then over 85% of the comments also supported the continued focus on chronic absenteeism. There were a number of comments that focused on areas that are not addressed in the regulations, and some of these included topics such as the fine arts diploma seal, as well as an increase in instructional hours. And I will turn it back to Chad for the remainder.
Yeah, the next section is talking about some of the items for the board discussion today. So we're going to talk through the results of the third model of the framework. I'm going to talk through some of the indicator weights as well as what's key to point out in the Every Student Succeeds Act state plan. That the red line version is online in the board materials. Again, assuming we are able to get to there for a vote tomorrow, then it would go out for public comment as well. So tomorrow, you will receive for first review with a final review in coming months, the readiness indicators and weighting of those specific components. the Every Student Succeeds Act state plan, and the school performance and support framework document as well. All right, so I'm going to start talking about the framework of what we've done on the modeling and what that looks like. I just want to say at the outset, this is modeling that VDOE contracted SAS to do. So VDOE provided SAS with compressed, cleaned, anonymized data for SAS to run, and to VDOE specified the weighting components as well as lots of different factors of things like what to do when a school didn't have a particular metric or things like that. From there, SAS ran the numbers and gave it back to VDOE. Again, they've given it to me to help crunch it and make sense of it for you all, but it is a process that has to take place. SAS is a reputable organization. They work with 13 states and DC as doing similar things like this. So it's a very good group to work with. They also do the VIVAS growth contract as well. So they have access to other forms of Virginia data.
Dr. Coons? Chad, can you remind the board what data this is? What year's academic data?
That's right. So all of the data that we're going to talk about today is from the 2022-23 school year. And so that sets a baseline for where we are. Hopefully the new data coming from the 23-24 school year will come in. We'll be able to use that in the future. Hopefully performance has improved and changed. But yes, it's a baseline. It's clean data. So we were able to use it for modeling purposes. I mentioned that we did the modeling on 2 earlier models at the last June board meeting. We're going to talk through what this 3rd model looks like today, talk through what's in that model. One thing to note, we tested at the last board meeting sort of a higher and a lower bound of weighting for the English language progress metric. So we weighted it at the last meeting. We had 2 models, one at 5% and one at 15%. Given board feedback at the last one, we took the middle of that. So this model has a 10% weighting across all the different school divisions. It also, so I say this again, at the last board meeting, we went through a big discussion of English learners. This is a big conversation of, in the state system, English learners used to be allowed to be excluded for up to 11 semesters. That's not allowed under a federal system. And so we have to reduce that to 3 semesters going forward. And that is reflected in all the numbers that I'm going to talk through today. So I'm going to start at the high level of what's in the weighting. The board has voted on these weights. The way it works is it's an index. So a school gets points for their score on the mastery index of achievement. They get points for their score on growth. They get points for their score on readiness. And then that adds up to a whole 100 for elementary schools. In elementary schools, the weighting is 65% mastery, 25% growth, and 10% readiness. In middle school, it's 60 for mastery, 20 for growth, and 20 for readiness. And in high schools, there's no growth, but it's mastery at 50, graduation is 15, and readiness at 35. And I'm going to talk through more about what's in the readiness buckets later. This goes into a little more detail of what's in those specific buckets. So I'm going to start with elementary school. The mastery includes the reading SOL, the math SOL test, as well as science in grade 5, as well as the English language progress that I mentioned before. It's included at 10% for English language progress. For the growth is measured by VIVAS in grades 4 through 8. So the VIVAS system needs at least a couple years of data to be able to see how much students are progressing. And then it's a measure of whether students met their expected growth for that year or not. And it's equally weighted between reading and math. The elementary school, the readiness metrics, which we're going to talk through more in depth later, is going to be chronic absenteeism, as well as in the future, the 5th grade performance task. That is not in this model yet, but it's just on the slide to say that we're intending it to be included in the future. I'm going to skip any more details because we're going to come and include more of them later. So here's the detail on the mastery component. And this, you can see across the grade spans, there's a higher weight for reading and math than there is for science. That's partly reflective of the fact that there's fewer testing data points. There's only testing for 1 year of science, so it doesn't have as much weight. The English language progress has the same weight across all the different grade bands as does science. The English language progress is also only applicable to schools that have sufficient number of students. So if a school doesn't have sufficient number of English language learners, then it wouldn't be included and the weight would get reallocated to the other metrics. That's just the same way that would be in other systems as well.
Ms. Holton?
I have just a clarifying question. Should we ask those as we go, or should we wait until?
If you could hold, and let's see, where's the next kind of break on this one? Would you rather take it now, Chad?
We could take it now, sure.
I'm happy either way, but
Go ahead.
just so while we're on this slide, just by way of example, I'm trying to understand how the summative rating is calculated. So for instance, if a school has a 75% of their students passed the reading SOL on average, say in an elementary school across the grades, then to determine the points that come from that reading score is going to be 0.75 times 0.225. Is that, am I understanding it basically right?
It's close. So it's not a percent proficient. So it is an index.
The mastery
version index
of it, which you all have told us is 99%.
That's right.
The same as the proficiency index, but thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that would give you a very close approximation.
And then likewise on English language progress. So if the school, if 50% of a school's children are making progress on English language, of the English language learners are making progress by that metric that already exists for our existing ESSA plan, then that 50% times 10%, they're going to get 5 points out of the total 10 available.
Yeah, that is a very simple way to say that. Particularly on the English language progress, very simple math of if they're getting 50% of students making progress, they would get half of the credits. It would translate to 5 points. That's right.
And so are all of them, so chronic absenteeism, the metric that we currently use is the number of kids who are chronically absent. I assume what we're using for this is the percentage that are not chronically absent. So if a school has 20% chronic absenteeism, then that's 80% would be the number you would use to plug into the formula here.
That's right. Yeah, I also have example schools to show you later so you can see how this adds up, but that's exactly right. So the chronic absenteeism is the reverse of chronic absenteeism. It's more like consistent attendance.
But all the others are, so the VVAS score is all, again, it's the percent that are making expected progress. You're going to talk about that later, so I can hold off on that.
Yeah.
But all of them are essentially 100-point scales, somehow translating into this summative 100-point.
That's right. So we have chosen not to transition them. There's no grading on a curve. It's pretty simple and straightforward in that sense. And so it's fairly, someone would need to be versant in Excel to be able to compute it, but it shouldn't be outside the capacity of a division or school to understand their score. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on, it's a nice segue to the growth component. So the growth is currently measured by VVAS. As you'll note in the ESSA plan and the regulation, it doesn't specify, we're not locked into that vendor going forward, but currently we're measuring VVAS, and it's the percentage of kids who meet or exceed their growth target for the year. We mentioned this at the last one. It doesn't currently include data from the alternative assessment, but we're hoping to include that in future years. It's equal weighting across the different subjects as well. So it's 12.5% for elementary math, 12.5% for reading adds up to 25% growth target overall.
Ms. Holton?
What is expected growth? Again, they're being measured by the numerators, how many students met expected growth. How do we determine what expected growth?
Dr. Coons?
I don't see Dr. Myers in the room. He would be the expert on expected growth. So if Dr. Armstrong or Dr. Cooper, is there any way you could grab? Thanks.
I'm not a formal expert on VIVAS. I will say that it's a measure of how much students are expected to perform that year. Dr. Myers is going to talk more.
Sorry, I was just talking to VIVAS staff and getting some answers to questions. So what question can I answer exactly?
Definition of expected growth.
Okay. So each year, you take a student's prior testing history, has to have at least 3 tests to be considered for that prior testing history. And based on how that student, compared to other students in the state, would have grown, you can base a growth index off of whether or not that student has met their growth based on everybody else's growth that is the same type of student in the state. So all the other students that scored that same score area, how did they grow compared to this student? And so that's how you get to expected growth.
Ms. Holton?
Dr. Myers, and you and I had a little bit of this conversation at lunch, but so I'm still just trying to understand. They're being measured against how other students did. And are they in the cut for whether you made growth or not depends on whether you're above the average of
That's
other
correct.
students?
Yes.
Okay. And so say there was a year when students overall did a lot of growing.
Mhm.
One particular student grew a lot, but didn't grow as much as the statewide average. So say they grew a year and a half in their academic accomplishments that year, a year and a half's worth of learning. As if the rest of the state grew 2 years, then they're going to be found to be not having grown.
That hypothetical is accurate. That is not the reality of what happens.
And tell me more, please.
So you don't see the state growing at a year and a half. And so half of your students didn't grow at a year and a half. This is how averages work, right? So that example, while in theory is accurate of what you just said could happen, that is not what we have seen happen.
So what have we seen happen? So what are our rates of what is a typical number for a school or the state in terms of what percentage of kids are meeting the expected growth metric?
So in this formula, you have 51% who do and 49% don't, or somewhere around
Sort of by
that
definition,
range.
Wrigley, because it's an average.
Right.
So some schools will be higher because some schools are growing more. Their kids are growing more, and some will be lower, but they're going to circle around the 50% mark.
That is accurate. And in this system, we've chosen to use a binary metric, which I don't know if you're going to get into that later or not. So a student either did meet their growth or they did not meet their growth. So it's a yes or no when calculating this for the new accountability system. There are other methodologies that we discussed with SAS, but this is the one that we landed on. But there are certainly other formulas that could be used.
And if I can just ask one more, the flip of the hypothetical I asked before. So say the state doesn't do well on growth. A student who, if they're above average, if the statewide growth was low and a student is above average on that, they're going to be counted as growing even if they haven't grown a school year's worth, for instance.
In theory, that could happen, yes.
And do we know what the range of schools, so what is a typical number? What percentage? We're going to use this percentage of students who've met expected growth in our metrics. What's the range of what school scores are on that based on past data?
That's the work that these guys have been doing with SAS, and I have not seen that number. So I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'll defer to hearing it from Chad.
Dr. Northern.
The child is compared to someone at their grade level and their prior test score.
Correct.
And their average against not the state average of every kid, but the same kids are in.
That's exactly right.
If that grade level and prior test score for last year was 3 months, right? On average, kids in fourth grade who made a whatever on the SOL test grew 3 months, okay? Then the growth, I mean, they're only expected to make what the average made, right?
That's
If
correct.
everybody made 3 months, they're not expected to make more than the average, right? Of their particular group. They're supposed to make the average.
Well, the average is established, and then they are either above or below that average of what they should be scoring.
And you can be above or below it by any unit per percentage. I mean, like points or we're not quantifying
Correct.
how much.
That's correct. So you get various growth indexes that can go really high or really negative, really low.
Right. Okay, we should keep just revisiting that. I'd love to hear them continue to report on that, whether that's enough, right? Because it may or may not be, right? Depending, because I know we're going to talk about cut scores and so on and so forth later in the year. But those are really important things, I think, for us to understand and wrap our head around. I mean, I've got some other questions later, but just figuring out how much growth is enough, right, is a really good question.
That is a great question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple last things I'll say on this. So one is that we looked at the different metrics, Dr. Northern, and one of the measures says, okay, here's the expected growth. Here are students making far less growth. Here are students making far more growth. The reason we didn't put that forward, 2 reasons. One, it's pretty complicated. So you have to divide by the standard error, and a lot of divisions may not be having the sophistication to get that. The second thing is that there's potential for masking then of students who make really high growth are masking for students who don't make growth. And so we chose a simple thing that didn't mask for this year. And then I was going to respond to Ms. Holton. I'm going to show you some data from elementary and middle school to show of the distribution of growth. You can see how that falls out. Yeah. All right. The next bucket is what's in the Model 3 on readiness. So just as a reminder, this is 10% for elementary schools, 20% for middle, and 35% for high schools. The way this is falling out is that chronic absenteeism or consistent attendance is 10% of a school's grade or weight. The middle school advanced coursework, which is math at this current moment in time, is 10%. And then the new Ready for Life, the current CCRI, is weighted at 20%. And then the alternate graduation is at 5%, another way to include completion in the total for high schools.
Chad, I'm seeing current CCCRI. That's representative and a holding place for the Ready for Life indicator. Those aren't measured the same. It won't actually be calculated the same. That is, I mean, Dr. Myers and Chad, either one of you.
That's right. So the current Model 3 used the current CCCRI data. That's what we had, particularly to be consistent with the years. So to model 22, 23 data, we had the CCCRI. I'm going to talk a little bit more later about the plans for the future direction of that and talk a little bit about why we think that we can improve upon that as well going forward.
On that subject, am I right, though, that the plan is to use the new framework in the 24-25 data collection, the E3 framework? Not the existing CCRI, but the revised E3 framework.
Yes, I don't know if Dr. Coons, you want to talk to that timeline as well, or Dr. Myers as well.
Well, and so my question on that, Dr. Coons, is when are we going to see? I didn't see the details on the new E3 indicator in the ESSA plan, and so I'm curious how we can use the new indicator if we don't have it yet.
What's your question? I'm sorry.
If we're going to substitute, I thought maybe we were going to default to the CCRI for the first year, for the 24-25 school year. But if I'm hearing correctly, we're going to use the new E3 framework for this first year of data collection under the new system. When are we going to determine what that indicator is, and how can it be? I mean, it's not in the details of it. I didn't see in the ESSA plan. Maybe they're there.
I'm really confused. You just asked like 6 questions. So
Okay.
which question would you like me to answer first?
Any of the above.
So I don't recall us ever stating or having a conversation at the board that we were going to use CCCRI moving forward. The second question on the ESSA state plan, I would defer to the experts who are sitting in front of you.
I'm happy to take that.
The third question, Dr. Myers is running 3 e-readiness framework data right now from 10 school volunteers, which is what I told you on your board prep call. But Katie, you can go ahead and answer.
Yeah, we do have in the ESSA state plan, the 3E framework. It may not be at the level of detail that you see in the slides. There's a balance with an ESSA state plan of how much information you need to provide the feds versus not. And I think also there's some decisions that for this board meeting, we'll be hearing a little bit more about the different tiers and what we would like in those tiers. So there is definitely a mention of the 3E framework in the ESSA state plan.
But the expectation is that we're going to make decisions on the details of it between today and tomorrow's meeting.
I believe it's just first review for this meeting, but there's discussion around it today.
I'd like to remind everyone to speak closely in their microphone. I think that generally speaking, we're not gonna ever have the capacity that we've had in other locations. So we are where we are, and it is what it is. We are doing the very best that we can, but I would like to remind board members and anyone who is speaking to please get as close to the microphone as possible. Thank you.
I'm going to move on to the graduation component. So the graduation component in the Model 3 is the 4-year federal rate, the adjusted cohort graduation rate. That's the same one that Virginia has been using for the federal purposes. And it's measured at 4 years, and it only includes students who complete with either a standard or advanced diploma. This is a federal requirement, so it has to be included. As I'm going to talk about it a little bit, we have other ways to incentivize students to achieve other diplomas for longer periods of time. That'll be part of the readiness component in the high school in addition to this graduation measure. Any questions before I start talking about some of the results of the Model 3 that we have to show you today? All right, I'm going to spend some time on this because it's very important for us all to digest it and understand it. What I've put up here is a graph of this is elementary school. I'm going to show you middle school in a second. There's a lot of information on the graph. So from left to right is the mastery index score. So higher scores towards the right. Top to bottom are the growth scores, the growth index scores out of 25 points. The dotted lines are the median score across the state. So to Ms. Holden's earlier question about growth, the median score for growth is right about half of the point. So it's right around 12.5. The median for the mastery index is, I think, around 57, 58, 57 and a half, somewhere like that. And we've put some quadrants here. So you can see at the bottom left are schools that have low growth scores and low mastery scores. At the top left are higher growth scores and lower mastery scores. The top right are the schools that are really knocking out of the park. They have high growth and high mastery. And the bottom right are schools that have low growth but high mastery, which Okay, so that's the orientation of the graph. It's also color coded. So it's sorted by free and reduced price lunch rate. And the orange schools have a higher concentration of students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch, low income. The blue are fewer free and reduced price lunch students, so they're higher income. So this is the general layout of the
Dr.
graph.
Collins, can you define gray as well? You defined orange as schools that have high free and reduced price lunch, higher volumes of students, and then blue being lower. What does gray mean?
Yeah, very good question. So they're divided into 25% of the bottom, 25% in terms, sorry, the orange are the 25% of schools with the highest free and reduced price lunch rate. The blue are the schools in the bottom 25% of free and reduced price lunch rate. And the gray is actually the biggest bulk. It's 50% of schools that are sort of in the middle. And the graph doesn't allow you to see this because there are a lot of schools, elementary schools. And I think that's part of the picture is that there are types of schools in all of the different quadrants. And I think that's an important takeaway of the gray are actually the bigger ones. They have more schools, and there's some of those schools in every quadrant of performance. A couple big takeaways
Ms.
here.
Hilton?
I think it does make sense, Madam President. I'm willing to do as you direct, but to ask as we go along rather than have to come back. So with that, I think Mr. Rotherham or somebody asked at the last meeting, could we, that you've got a lot of people in gray, could we divide those out into 4 options? This is the same chart we saw last month, I think. Is that an option? Can we get this broken out into 4 categories instead of 3?
Dr. Coons? So first, this is model 3. This is not the same chart that you saw last time. 2, Chad mentioned that every model that we run is run by SAS, a contractor. That takes several weeks. So no, we can't just run a model. As a reminder, this is a massive data load and it takes several weeks for SAS to do. Both Chad and Katie talked to you last time about model 1 and 2 and the volume of work that happened, and that this was the last one that we'd be able to run before the board meeting. So it is not as simple as slicing and dicing this, because as Chad said, the 22-23 data has been cleaned, and it's been cleaned by these layers.
If I may, then help me
Ms.
understand
Holton?
what's different, this chart from what we saw last month?
The difference is, as Dr. Coons mentioned, it's a different model. So it's a slightly different weighting of the indicators. We settled on the midpoint of the English language progress. So that is the difference. The other thing is, that's the main difference of the models. We also adjusted what's called the in size, the inclusion of subgroups. We looked at a very low level and we raised it up to 15 as where we have in this model as well.
But the message of the model is the same as
Ms.
what we
Holton?
saw last month, which is that. Oh, well, then I'd love to hear your assessment of the message in terms of the economic impact. If I can, one more clarifying question. That you said the median is for growth is 12.5. And so that's out of 25. So basically the median is 50% school, the median school is 50% of their students are meeting expected growth.
Yeah, to the conversation earlier about how the growth metric is calculated, that's why we see it at about 50%. Yeah.
And the median on the mastery index is at what? What's that number?
Yeah, you're taxing my memory here, but it's about 57.5, I believe.
And that's out of 65.
It's out of 65. So it's a pretty high level on the mastery index as well. Yeah, I think I've had a chance to reflect on this from the last conversation, and I would draw out a couple things. One is we've had a lot of conversation at the board level that whether this is replicating poverty or not. And poverty is related to educational outcomes all across the country. That happens to be the case here in the Commonwealth as well. And I also looked at our current identification system. So we have 2 current identification systems. We have a federal system and a state system. Those are identifying high poverty schools at the moment. The average free and reduced price lunch rate for the federally identified schools is about 83%. for the state accreditation system that are being identified for improvement is about 78%. So very high poverty schools that are being identified under the current system as well. Also, neither of the current systems celebrate success, or they don't also celebrate growth. So I want to point you to the school in orange at the top right. There are schools in orange that are in every quadrant, and the school at the top right is a very high poverty school. It has 20% of its students that are students with disabilities. It has nearly all of its students at proficient or above, and 80% of its students are meeting its growth target. So that is a school that we should all be celebrating. We're going to talk later about the performance cuts and where we sort of choose to set the bar, but that would be a distinguished school. It is knocking it out of the park on all the different indicators on the list. It's not, so chronic absenteeism or consistent attendance is not included here, but that particular school does meet the distinguished category that we've talked about, that we've said earlier, later.
Dr. Coons? Thanks, Chad. Thanks for helping us understand. So our orange dot schools, to clarify, are in all 4 quadrants.
Yeah, there are.
Our gray dot schools are in all 4 quadrants, and our blue dot schools are in all 4 quadrants.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing I'll say, just a reminder, these are numbers for 2022, 23. So given the work that Virginia has done for All in Virginia and back to normalcy in school divisions, I would hope that performance would be even higher going forward as well. That's just an important point to keep in mind. Okay, I'm going to show you the middle school. Again, this chart looks very similar to the chart that I presented in June, but this has been updated with the new numbers, has the new adjustment for English language proficiency, as well as the subgroup size for student groups. It's very similar to the chart that I just mentioned before. There is some correlation with poverty, but there are schools of all the different types in all the different quadrants. The one I'd point to on this one is at the top right, there is an orange school. It has a 91% poverty rate, and it's the second highest scoring middle school in the division across the Commonwealth. So right now, it's not being recognized for that performance, but the new accountability framework would allow us to identify it and say this school is doing something worth emulation. Any other questions on the data before we move on?
Chad, you talked about highlighting that school. It's not only that school. There are a large number of schools across every category.
That's right. Yeah, I picked out that school just to give an example, and it's anonymized, so I don't know the name of that school. I can't tell you anything about it other than the raw data. But yes, there are schools across the Commonwealth that are doing really good things, and it would be nice to be able to identify them and acknowledge them.
And not only to identify them and acknowledge them, but to have other schools learn from their practices, learn what they are doing well and how other schools that are struggling can achieve the same things.
Madam President? Yeah, I think that's a great goal and a great opportunity of this new system. I will say that I see 6 orange dots in the upper right quadrant compared to probably 50 blue dots. And so yes, it's wonderful that we've got schools that are succeeding and beating the odds. And hopefully some of them are doing it consistently across year to year and that we can learn things from them. It's not just a 1-year fluke, but on both this chart and the elementary school chart, I'm fine with identifying more high poverty schools in the intensive scrutiny category, as long as we're actually doing something to support them. And I know we're going to get to that discussion too. And my concern is identifying them, labeling them punitively, and not supporting them, which is where I'm fear we're going.
I do think that we have this same line over and over and over again, and I know you need to continue to hammer that. We are very clear that that's your position. Thank you. Dr. Coons, did you have anything?
I would say that Our goal is to make sure every one of these schools is in that top right quadrant. And if we don't know where they are, how can we help support and move them? So our goal is really to make every single one of these schools high growth, high mastery. And that is the intent of understanding where our schools are and what they need, and better understanding that with one coherent system.
I'm going to say one more point on this slide, which is I've said this at other board meetings that I'm very personally excited that Virginia is going to have growth included in its accountability system going forward. So there absolutely is a relationship between poverty and performance in education, and it's true nationally, it's true in Virginia and the Commonwealth. But we can also expect all students to have high growth. And right now, all the schools to the right of the median are held up as successful schools when they may not be helping students grow year over year. And so to have that discussion of, yeah, your students are scoring well, but how much are you helping them year over year growth, I think is really important as well. And then to the supports point, one thing that I'm also personally excited is the unification of the federal and the state system. So we're going to talk a lot about the state identification and the sort of this performance tiers, but we're also going to integrate that with the federal supports as well. So the federal supports, there are 3 different categories of schools that need to be identified. The first is called the Comprehensive Support and Improvement Schools, CSI. That's the 5% of schools that are the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools. Using the Model 3 results, we looked at that, and 90% of those schools are ones that are already identified for current CSI. And so we're picking up pretty similar results. It's not perfect. There are some differences, but it's pretty consistent. The other one is the targeted support and improvement schools. And these are schools with student groups that are performing at the same level on their own as the lowest performing schools. So if you have a group of Black students or students with disabilities who are very low performing and they're performing at the same level as the CSI schools, you will be put into what's called the TSI group. And the TSI group, based on Model 3, is about 20% of schools statewide. Again, a lot of these schools are already being picked up in different state or federal processes, but it's an opportunity to provide those schools with supports. There's money attached to it that we had some conversations about how we want to spend that money, but there is money attached. The federal government sends money to states to support schools in these categories. I'm not going to spend any time on the last category today. That's schools that are, after 3 years, consistently have student groups that are lower performing. That is a conversation for the future, but I just want to make sure that the board is aware that it's going to come at some point.
Dr. Coons?
And Chad, I know you said this earlier, but I just want to make sure that we're all aware. This is the duplicative system that has been true in Virginia. So we've had state and these systems, and this is the pot of money that we've sent over $49 million back in because there's 2 systems at the same time.
Yeah. So that by unifying the systems, we'll be able to unify supports and be able to spend that money and allocate it to schools that can use it to help improve their student outcomes. The other thing I'll say is, again, this is modeled on 2022-23 data. So again, our expectation is that these numbers, at least the yellow bucket, could go down over time as more schools help their students improve. All right, so that is the end of the modeling conversation. And now I'm going to turn it over to we're calling the 3E readiness framework. The 3E stands for employment, enlistment, and enrollment. The thing I'll say before we start, we already got into this a little bit of the CCCRI, and we included a couple notes in the ESSA state plan for why we're making some changes. Why are we having this conversation? And partly because divisions have improved on the CCCRI over time. They went from 27% in 21-22 to 81% in 22-23. So there's progress, but it's not equally progress and it's not equally rigorous. So some of the components of the CCCRI are not as rigorous as others. And we saw some troubling signs of tracking potentially. So low income and Black students were particularly likely to be successful on CTE and service learning, and they were not as likely to succeed on the advanced coursework. white and Asian students were far more disproportionately likely to earn credit on the advanced coursework components. And so that is part of the impetus for this of switching from a mere participation to measuring success and readiness for life. The framework that we're going to talk about today it's an index, so it will allow students to earn credit for a school based on their performance across the 3 E's. They can earn points for employment, they can earn points for enrollment, and they can earn points for enlistment. And our theory is that those could be additive over time. So a student could have multiple experiences and be well-rounded and prepared for multiple different pathways in their life. I'm going to start with enrollment, and there's a lot of words on here, so I'm going to simplify it for you all. If you think about it moving from right to left on your screens, the right is essentially, are you taking and earning credit in some form of college level type of course? So whether that's an AP, IB, Cambridge, or a CLEP exam, or a dual credit, are you taking it? Are you earning at least a C grade? And then if you are succeeding in that class, that will give you more points. That moves you into the 0.75 category. And those are students who are passing a score, earning a passing score in one of those courses that have a test aligned to them, or if you're in a course that's a college level course, a dual credit course, and you're in a B grade, so it's a slightly higher standard. And then if you move one category over, it's how do you have breadth? So rather than just earning in one course, are you earning it in multiple courses? Similar type of benchmarks and standards. And then the last on the far left is an aspirational. We don't have a lot of students in the Commonwealth who are earning an associate's degree at the high school level, but wouldn't it be great if we did? And so it's acknowledging that some students are doing that. We want to earn extra credit and encourage more people to consider that going forward. And then I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Myers, Dr. Myers, to talk about the employment aspect of this.
Thanks, Chad. We wanted to make sure there were a couple of definitions that you were really clear with as we talk about the employment part of the 3E framework here. A CTE completer, so when we're talking that language, we're talking about a student who has completed 2 CTE courses, but they have to be sequential courses. I have examples up here. Nurse Aid 1, Nurse Aid 2. It could be someone in taking computer science or computer programming, could take a computer programming 1 and a cybersecurity course that would also be in that same pathway and would count as a sequential course. So it's really important you understand a completer completes 2 sequential courses and obtains all of their graduation requirements. A partial completer would be a student that only takes 1 course, or they may have taken multiple courses, but they didn't take it in the same pathway. It was not a sequential course. Or they may have taken 2 sequential courses, but they didn't finish all of the other requirements they needed for a diploma. So I think that's important when you see the next couple of slides for you to understand. Also, just as a couple of basis points of just that may be helpful is that 45,000 students. There's approximately 90 to 100,000 students every year that graduate in Virginia. So that's not quite half were CTE completers in 2023, and 90% of those students earned an industry credential.
Ms. Holton.
Any questions on that? I also am going to cover this slide, which is to talk about the proposed method that we would use in this 3E part of our accountability system. And that is that any student who is a CTE completer in a state-approved industry-recognized credential in a high-demand occupation field and high wage is going to earn 1 point. These high demand and high wage fields, occupations were not just brought out of thin air. We actually spent a lot of time with VOE, our counterparts over there, who have been tremendous partners in this and very helpful. Their expertise is far greater than ours in this area to help identify these. In fact, you can go to the VOE website and you can see the 361 high occupation career fields they have. We did do a little more work on our own to distinguish which ones of those were high, medium, and low median incomes in those occupation fields. And we've landed that 1 point to high demand and high wage. As you can see, 0.75 points would also go to a CTE completer. Remember, having to finish 2 sequential courses and meet all the graduation requirements in a high demand field as defined by VOE. It doesn't matter what the income or wage is on that. It's just a high demand. And then a 0.5 would go to any CTE completer that earns any recognized industry credential. So it doesn't matter there what the wage is, or if it's a high demand or not high demand field.
So we got a chance to talk a little bit about this, Dr. Myers, but just so, because I think it's an important point, when you said we did some extra work in this too. I think that's key for the board to realize that it's not only high demand that we want to prioritize, it's high wage. So can you talk to us a little bit about how you guys defined high wage and sort of what your separate bar is in terms of what goes into this?
Yes.
1 point. Yeah.
Dr. Coons, I just want to clarify. Thank you, Dr. Northern, for the question, but you said you guys. I want to clarify that this is a cross-function. This is not the department, just for everyone who's listening. This is not the department determining high wage and high demand. We work with the Virginia Office of, help me with the E's.
Employment and, excuse me, I'm drawing a blank.
BOE. Yes, we've worked with the Workforce Development. We work with Virginia Works. We work with the Secretary of Economic Development. We work with multiple cross-functioning. And I want to give a huge shout out to Todd Oldham, who Dave has worked with significantly on this to define this. So this is not Department of Education defining this. This is multiple agencies across multiple teams really working collaboratively. So I just wanted to define who you was before Dr. Myers answered.
Yes. Yeah, we could not have done this without them just because of our limited, that's their area of expertise. So what we took is, there are many ways that you could define high wage. High demand was VOE's technical definition. There is, you can see what those parameters were that they used. They used things like how many times people change jobs in 5 years index. They used how many openings there are going to be statewide. They used a minimum threshold of 29,000 and some dollars, as long as it met that. So all of that was high demand. What we did is we did work with them. There are multiple ways that you could look at this, and they're not doing this work quite yet. They're going to do this in the future, most likely. But we looked at, because we felt it was important to the DOE here I'm talking about. We worked with them, but now the VDOE felt pretty strongly that that we should also be looking at how we incentivize students to go into higher earning careers as well as high demand. And so we found thresholds that we used. This is where VOE helped us with the thresholds, and they for high wage it comes out to. That's a median income of $76,871 to $199,248. So that would be the median income levels for that. The medium wage, or the next tier that we looked at with that, was $40,785 to $75,685. So any in that category. And then the third, we looked at more low wage, would be $25,633 to $40,428. So you can see the bottom tier again is right at 77,000. Medium tier bottom is at 40,700 and some, and low wage would be 25,633. But all of these that we're talking about are high demand fields. So for 1 point or 0.75 point, they have to be high demand. For that 0.5, the way it's set right now, it doesn't necessarily have to be a high demand. It could be any credential or any occupation.
Ms. Holton.
So I'm just, for example, childcare workers, and school bus drivers, close to our hearts, they're going to be high demand, but not high wage.
Correct.
That's the kind of jobs we're looking at there.
That is correct.
And we are incentivizing them. We're just not incentivizing them as much.
Right.
If I may, Madam President,
Please.
Can I answer that question first? You said we're not incentivizing
Coons.
them as much, but if I'm graduating and going into a childcare field and I get an associate's degree to be a childcare employee, we are incentivizing them because they're getting a 1.25 on the enrollment, and then they're getting a 0.75 on the employment. So I just want to clarify that statement that we're not incentivizing them as much, because we haven't even gotten to the and component. So I'd like us to hold statements like that.
I get, yeah, obviously that applies to all the careers, but I get it. Thank you. The biggest, what I don't see, and maybe this is in a later slide and I've missed it, is the work-based learning. And the department and the divisions have done such good, rigorous work on trying to define high-value work-based learning opportunities for students, and industry tells us how important that is.
So, Ms. Holton,
and I guess, let me just add one other question. And all of this is you all's proposal to us for E3. We could make changes if we wanted to, right?
that's the point of this discussion, I believe. But the thing I would say about the work-based learning, as someone very, very passionate about that work, I think it's one of the most important things we can do to prepare students to go on. The reality of it is right now, we don't have data to collect around that at this time. This 3E data, we are collecting from 10, right now we're at 8. We're working on 10 pilot school divisions that volunteered to help us with this. We wanted to see how hard the data was to collect, because if we have it at the state, think about how much easier and less chance of it not being consistently applied to all, right? So we wanted to know how much of it we had, how difficult it would be to get the data from school divisions, although I am supposed to put a plug in every time that we have to collect it through spreadsheets in an old-fashioned way, because we definitely need an upgrade to a automated system to connect to our school divisions. But we are finding right now, after 8 school divisions, that we actually have 90+% of the data in-house. The one area that we're working on is IB. We don't get statewide IB scores, so we are working on getting that. And then there are very few of the other, a couple of tests that are out there that could possibly be used. But we have all of the AP, we have all of these credentials, we have the lion's share of this and can easily get the rest of it. So we've been very pleased actually that this data collection needed around 3E, because I was really nervous about it. I'm going to be honest, because my team had to be the one to take it on. And I've been pleased that surprised actually that we do have most of it. In fact, many of the school divisions that sent us their data back to verify, we already had it all and it matched. So we felt really good about that. We're just waiting right now because we're working very hard and really trying to get through this as quickly as we can, but done really well. So we are literally calculating those kind of scores or where they come out as we speak now. But I don't have a model quite yet of what those numbers will look like. But I can report that the data has been relatively surprisingly easy to get. I don't want to use the word easy, but fairly simple to get.
If I may follow up. So that's great. I thought we were already counting work-based learning under our CCRI. So if I understand correctly, the proposed framework here would drop the existing work-based learning credit that we have in CCRI. And somehow we're collecting the data for the existing CCRI. So how come we can't collect it that same way?
Do you want to answer this, or do you want?
Dr. Coons.
So right now, and we've worked very closely with Dr. Armstrong's team, we're collecting self-reported work-based learning experiences. If you look at the rigorous components of the 3E readiness framework, dual enrollment, an A, a B, those kinds of things, those are verified documents. Right now, work-based learning has not been standardized across the state. Dr. Armstrong's team is working very diligently to level the playing field for work-based learning to make sure that we can incorporate it back in. But at this point in time, the feedback on work-based learning across the state is it varies from school to school and is not the same quality, and it would not be equitable to be counting that in the same way that we count a passing score on an AB or a dual enrollment class or a CTE finisher.
If I may just say, gets into
Ms. Holton?
discussion rather than question, but when we get to making a decision on that, I just really encourage us to look very carefully before we give that up, because the department and the divisions have been putting work in and hard, good work over a matter of some significant amount of time into determining how we can have rigorous measures of work-based learning. And it is one of the top asks we hear from industry. And I just would think it would be a terrible shame to go backwards on that. That's just by way of comment.
Thank you. Dr. Myers? Dr. Northern?
So I will probably need to have taken it up to the VOE, right? Who, I guess, come up with some of these, high demand jobs. I'll just say in the CTE field, you can be a high demand job and lead to nowhere, right? We call them dead end tracks. And so I think VOE, unfortunately, in my opinion, has some high demand jobs that are also dead end tracks. And I wonder if we can, attempt to make some distinction. And I will surely going to get some public comment when I name some of the examples of what I think might fall into this category. But we've got a refuse collector as a high demand job. And I would call that potentially a dead end track as well, right? We've got a meat packer, we've got a baker, we've got a singer. Well, granted, singers can make a lot of money, right? We've got an actor down here, but anyway, a counter clerk is in here. So, I mean, I think all of us, if we look through this report, everybody can find one of those positions where you go, yeesh, that's not what I'd want our kids going after, even though it's in high demand. So I would just say, like, to the extent that we can also make a distinction between a dead end track, because I think that this is totally right. These are probably all in high demand, but that doesn't mean that that's what we want all our kids going into.
Dr. Northern, we had this conversation with VOE around this topic, and their response was, every single one of these occupations are absolutely necessary for our economy, and they are absolutely necessary for services that we all depend on. They are there as a workforce and work, an agency that's centered around that. We need all of these throughout the state of Virginia. Now, if you're talking about your own child, or you're talking about an individual child who may see, being a plumber in a high demand, high wage area versus refuse collector, these are examples that example you just used. It is distinguished in this point differential here. If you look at that, that refuse. I haven't looked at. I'm going by what you're saying on that 361 occupations that VOE has listed as high demand. That would be a 0.75 in this field, and the plumber would be, or in this type of calculation, where a 1.0 would be a plumber would be a 1.0, and a refuse collector would be a 0.75. Or credential in those areas. So I think that's a little bit of how do we meet the collective good of the economy and providing, and what kids may want to do too, right? While also looking at, hey, let's make sure you're going to have enough money to do what you need and what to live in life. And so there's not an exact answer to that, but that would be their answer to that, is that if, how do we move an economy without all these occupations?
Dr. Coons?
I tend to think of it as advancement potential, but I get that they're all needed. I just, yeah. And maybe it needs to be a 0.5, some of these things. I'll leave it at that.
Dr. Myers, can you speak to the CTE completer with the high wage field? Is that something that you feel comfortable doing?
Sure.
Because there's a CTE completer component to all of those as well, correct?
Yeah, that's what we talked about in a couple slides ago, is that the CTE completer really means that they have taken sequential classes in CTE There are 17 clusters. There were 16. We added energy in the state. There's 17 different clusters of occupations. Within that, there are within those 17 clusters, there's multiple pathways that students can take. And then we have multiple courses that meet almost all of these clusters. So we have a lot of approved offerings in the state. And what that CTE completer is saying is that not only do you have your high school diploma, but you also have taken some coursework to and earned an industry certification toward something when you get out of high school that makes you employable. And that's really what we're after here. Now, what type of field that is, there are plenty of people that want to go into culinary. We know a lot of that can be very, very ranges of wealth of what someone can earn. But and I don't know if that's on the high demand. I haven't looked. I'm just using, but that's passion work for some people around culinary. And so I don't think we're really trying to decide like exactly what path a student should take, but I think this was really trying to fit both worlds of what I just described.
Mr. Northern?
Yeah, just one follow-up comment. I know that for the most part, right, CTE completers are 3 courses, and even that's kind of skinny, when you talk to advanced CTE. And I understand that we'll be developing, right, more of these pathways. We're not there yet. But I would just encourage us to revisit the definition of a completer once we've been able to carve out some of these pathways, because obviously 3 sequential courses is much more promising than 2. But I understand that it's better to have 2 that are sequential than 3 that are sporadic and random. So I do agree with this approach, and I look forward to us continuing to try to build these pathways out, because that's just such an exciting thing that we're doing for the kids in the Commonwealth.
Good.
Yes, thank you, Dr.
The third component of the 3 E's is enlistment. So Virginia has a high percentage of students who enlist in the armed services. Our approach here is to align them with the other indicators and to make sure that they're equally rigorous and they're aligned to the employment outcomes. So when we say this score is equivalent to the careers and the employment component, our hope is that they would roughly track to the conversation we just had. Moving from right to left of fewer to more points, the farthest right student would get 0.5 points if they meet the minimum entrance score on the ASVAB or the AFQT. Just so you know, the acronyms, the AFQT, the Armed Forces Qualification Test, and the minimum score across the different service branches to be enlisted is a 31. So that was our benchmark there. VOE had conversations with different folks within the armed services and recruiters to decide and help determine what these benchmarks should be. Moving from the farthest right to the middle is a score that if a student scored in the 50 to 64th range, that would be roughly equivalent to the employment benchmark of the high demand field. And then the 1 point of students who score more than 65 or higher would be equivalent to students who are scoring at the high demand, high wage field. So that is the proposal there. The point of this also is to elevate it. So Virginia's a leading state. There aren't that many states that include this. There are a lot of states that have wanted or intended to include military enlistment, military service in their high school outcomes. There's a broader national effort that states are working to collect more data, but Virginia would be one of the leaders in the country by including this in their accountability framework. So the way it all would fit together is, like I said, it's an index. So it would be a student would get points across the 3 E's and it would add up. So in this particular example, if the student got 0.7 points on the enrollment aspect, plus 1 point on the employment, plus 0.75 points on enlistment, they would earn for their school a total of 2.5 points in the 3E framework. That is the broad aspect of it. It would allow for students to show off and demonstrate performance on multiple categories. It's an and framework so that students can do multiple things and work towards it.
Ms. Holton.
Chad, can you help me understand how that goes from a student score to a school score?
So I think some of this depends on the data. Once we have it to model, I think we would try to model it out on the indicator level, similar to how we've done other indicators. But the way it would work is school would earn points for students completing different aspects of the 3 E's, and it would add up towards a school score. We'd have to figure out how it fit into the overall system. Superintendent Coons, you want to add more to that?
Yeah, so I'm gonna lean on Dr. Myers because he's doing this work right now with those 10 pilot schools, but those students have the opportunity, as we looked through, total to have 3.25. Their denominator's a 1. So it's about an and model and opportunities for students and allowing students to grow across rather than as Chad started this, a lot of times models like our CCCRI, which is an OR model, pigeonhole students into an employment track or an enrollment track. This allows students to go across all 3. The importance of making sure the enlistment matches the employment allows us to incentivize all 3 of those different pathways and give that opportunity. So the calculations that Dave is running in partnership with those 10 pilot schools looks at the programming, looks at lists, and rolls those up in a cohort model.
Ms. Holton?
I don't know if this is whether this is to you, Dr. Coons, or Dr. Myers, or Mr. Alderman, but I still need to understand how and when we're going to make the decisions to roll out this indicator more thoroughly. So for instance, I mean, if the students get a student earns, say 50% of a school earns 2 points each, then that school's got 100 points out of 100. And but even though that would be masking half of the students not doing anything, potentially. I mean, I don't mean to say that this is a likely proposition, but I just not trying to understand how the math works. And if the number can be above 100%, how does it fit into our summative rating calculations? It kind of needs to be. I mean, all the other summative. I think all the other indicators are what percentage of the school's population meets X indicator, and it's a yes/no proposition. But this is, some students are going to get 2 points, some could get as much as 3.25. And so the number could be well over 100. I just don't understand how the scale fits into our 100-point scale.
Dr. Coons?
And I also don't understand when. I hear you, Mr. Aldman's answer is that there's some modeling, but unless that modeling is going to be available to us tomorrow, I thought we need to make these decisions now.
Ms. Holton, can you restate which question you would like me to answer? You asked several in your commentary. I'm unclear which one you would like me to answer.
Again, I need to understand all of it. I can rephrase and repeat if that would help.
So the mastery index goes to 1.25. This is based on the mastery index. It's the same philosophy and concept that we talked about in March with the mastery index around achievement. It allows students to go up and above a 1. And the team has been very prolific in the conversation around the 3E readiness framework and how that works at this level for the first read tomorrow.
What I would add to that is I see it similar to how we made a process. The board signaled their intention on the mastery index that they supported a mastery index, but we needed more modeling to figure out the exact weights, et cetera. So if the board signals their intention for this on first review, then we can keep collecting data. We can report back to you of how it would fit into the accountability system more precisely. The other one, just to point out, is that the mastery index, there are some schools that get more than 100 points because we've had the weight for advanced. And so there is some precedent for allowing a little bit more than that. We'd have to see how many students are earning extra credit and whether there's masking. I think we need to know more about that before we came to you with the final number of how it would fit into the system.
Dr. Northern?
So I see on this slide, we've got CT completer with an IRC, industry recognized credential in a high demand, high wage field as 1 point. I think we mean, do we mean high demand or highway, or how does this map on to what you were just presenting to us? Dr. Byers, in terms of having a 1 point.
Are you
30.
referring back to this slide right here?
Number 30, slide 30.
Slide numbers.
Awarding students.
In the orange.
Right. I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Sorry.
You're saying that you get 0.75 points if you have a high demand field, and you get 1 point for a high demand, high wage field.
Right.
So here you're getting the 1 point, but, oh, you're just not showing the 0.75 and the 0.5.
That's just an example, right? Mhm.
And are the IRCs, I know I'm a broken record on this, but I'm just concerned about rigor, expectations. So the IRCs, do we have a list of those somewhere too? The state approved?
We do.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. Can we get regular, because you guys know from day one, I've been like, oh my gosh, all states, it ends up as OSHA, IRC, and Microsoft Office IRC. So I just want to make sure that, we'll get some reporting, right, on that. And have we thought about any way to distinguish different buckets of IRCs? Or I know you've been having all these conversations with these other groups. Is it IRCs are all created equal, or?
No.
Dr. Coons?
Dr.
Dr. Northern, in our board check-in, I asked you to ask these questions and prepare them. We are happy to provide them if the board asks the board president, as we have set up that protocol. So if there are things you would like to see moving forward, please make sure we're sending that to President Creasy, and we'd be happy to provide the entire board with President Creasy's direction.
Okay.
Okay, Chad, is this you or Dave?
All right, we're going to move on from the 3E framework to talk about readiness across the different grade bands, and to talk about a little bit about how we can phase these in over time. So the board is tomorrow is going to receive for first review the following portions of the readiness component: the elementary readiness indicators, the middle school readiness indicators, the high school readiness indicators, and the proposed weighting for each indicator within the readiness component. To Ms. Holton's point or question earlier, I see this as more of a starting point of conversation. We will have to work with the data to come back to you to figure out how it will all fit. But this is providing an overview of what those can look like and what they can be. At the elementary school level, the base is the chronic absenteeism in 2024-25. That will be 10%. It's what was included in the model. We've also had a lot of conversations around a performance task. I don't know if Superintendent Coons or Dr. Carroll wants to talk about the aspect, or I'll bunch it to you guys.
Dr. Coons?
Chad, you're talking about the federal weighting, is that correct?
Yes, so that is important. So we're talking about the federal weighting and what it would include in the federal accountability system. You can still report other aspects of performance. What we've discussed is potentially phasing that in. So what we would do would be to pilot the performance task in year one, which would be the 24-25 school year, and then include it at 5% in the 25-26 school year and beyond. For middle school, starting in year one, it's chronic absenteeism at 10%, and the advanced coursework tied to math, which we've had a lot of conversations with at the board level. The point there is that most divisions, most schools at the middle school level have students who are taking advanced math courses, but the pass rates are exceptionally high. So how do we as a board, as a state, nudge more divisions to encourage more students who are ready to succeed in those classes to take them? And particularly, we've talked about a model that uses a denominator focused on students who are already high performing that can be successful in that. In that year one, we would also pilot the performance task and report out the results, but they would not be included in the school ratings or evaluation or scores. But in year two, potentially they would be. And so in year two, the ratings, the weights would drop down to 5% for chronic absenteeism, 7.5% for the advanced coursework. We've also talked a lot about at the board level of including other subjects. So we would include science and history and social science in that year two. And then the career exploration and the 5 C's performance task would be weighted at 7.5%. At the high school level, it is similar to what we've been talking about already. The chronic absenteeism would be weighted at 5%. The 6-year extended graduation rate with the applied studies, so giving students extra time to earn any type of credential, but also particularly applied studies would be included in that, where they're not included in the 4-year adjusted cohort. And then the Ready for Life 3E framework would eventually take the weight there, and that would be 25% in the high school bucket.
Ms. Holton?
I understand the plan is for year one to use only math advanced coursework. We received correspondence last night. The board received correspondence from the chief academic officer in Stafford County, along with his colleague, Ms. Sipka, who used to run our ESSA work here at the department, raising some technical questions about how the middle school advanced work calculation is going to work. And in particular, it's over my head, but some of it suggests that the way we're calculating the denominator is, going to maybe end up with a 0 in the denominator, which my very elementary math tells me doesn't work. And I may be misunderstanding their technical issue, but and you all may not have had a chance to see this yet, but before we vote on anything to finalize this middle school advanced coursework, this is the kind of thing we need to have, I think, make sure we've addressed adequately before we approve anything on a final basis. So I ask you all to take a look at that and let us know if this is a problem or not.
Ms. Holton, it's my understanding that only board members received that correspondence and that staff did not. So I'm not sure they're prepared to speak to it.
I don't need them to speak to it today. I did forward it to at least one staff member. I'm sorry, I thought the board was copied on it. The staff was copied on it, but regardless, it's an issue worth understanding, and I did forward it to Dr. Myers earlier and asked him to share it, but that was just at lunchtime, so I'm not expecting anybody to be ready to answer it yet. But we're just doing all of this so fast. The public didn't have an opportunity to see the ESSA plan until Friday of last week. So now we are hearing I think it's all in the spirit of trying to get it right. But once we put the ESSA plan out for public comment, I think it's harder to change. So I don't know if this is like regs or not, and somebody can advise me on that. But once we put the ESSA plan out this month, can we change it when we come back in August if we need to, or do we need to have it all this done by tomorrow? I don't know the answer to that, and folks who do can tell us. But anyway, I draw your attention to the math calculations.
Thank you. I'm certain we'll take those into account as we do every public comment.
Yeah, I can't speak to the regulatory process or legal process. I will just say that the math component has been part of all the 3 rounds of the SAS models. And so that's been baked in from the beginning. Whether the definition in the ESSA plan was well understood by everyone, I haven't seen the comment either. So we'll have to take a look at that. But it was included in all the rounds of the modeling that I showed you today, as well as in June as well. All right, I'm going to turn over to Dr. Carroll to talk about the support framework and what we do about all this.
Hi again. So before we move on, just to make sure, okay. Before we move on to the ESSA state plan and the full overview of the school performance and support plan, we do briefly want to touch on the support portion of the framework. This is the most important portion of this component, and I'm really appreciative of what Chad said earlier today in his presentation regarding what is possible for schools. Every school can show growth and mastery, and every school can be distinguished. And when we hold high expectations and provide them with support when they need it, they can meet that. My OSQ team is excited for the opportunity to work in the new support framework this fall. This is what they do day in and day out, and why they do this work. They work to ensure that all schools have the resources to help all students succeed and to be a distinguished school. Again, the overall purpose of the performance and support framework is to ensure all schools can reach that distinguished status. Therefore, we must provide schools that need support with the resources they need to reach that distinguished status. So with this of moving from performance to support, the support truly does need to begin with accurate and transparent performance reports. Off-track and needs-intensive support on one coherent report allows my team to focus on those schools who aren't performing and need support. This school performance and support framework shows clear performance on how schools are helping students master content and how schools are growing every student and how they are ensuring students are ready for the next step. And for high schools, whether there is an emphasis not only on graduation, but ensuring students are ready for their opportunities after high school. Based on those performance reports, we will know which schools qualify for intensive support and need deep support from my team. Schools identified for support will now have one coherent needs assessment and support plan that is focused on the research-based Virginia support framework, which includes academics, staffing, organizational learning, and school climate. Additionally, the support framework will be able to support our off-track schools, and that is through the three-tier approach that we presented back in April. And just to revisit that and to provide some more information on it, Tier 1 is the level that includes technical assistant and supports for all divisions from our teaching and learning team. And this type of support can include some of our learning symposiums, the spring literacy implementation networks, and a variety of statewide webinars that are also provided. At Tier 2, this is more of the targeted support that we provide to our divisions and schools. These are the schools that may be identified as off track. And these are prioritized supports such as through grant opportunities and a variety of other opportunities that we provide at the department. These will be opt-in options for these schools as well. Tier 3, that is when we get to more of the intensive support that comes from the Office of School Quality. These are the schools that are in need of significant support and intensive support from the Office of School Quality for their support plan. These are also going to be divisions that are under the Memorandum of Understanding. And then last, just to reiterate and revisit the why of this work, that the board has been doing this work for nearly a year and longer. The current systems are set up as two systems that use similar but different data and measures, and at times can signal different needs for schools. These two systems have also had two different types of needs assessments and plans. They've been confusing for schools of how to go about providing those supports to schools. And it's also led to a bifurcation of the Office of School Quality, where we previously had a state and federal team. So this has really led to issues of us being able to truly dig into the problem and address those needs. So, and additionally, the system that we have previously or currently have actually has prioritized the system that doesn't have the resources. As Dr. Coons has mentioned, we have sent nearly $49 million of federal dollars back to our ESSA team rather than to our schools that need it. So the work that the board has been conducting over the past year will then lead to what we have on the right side of the screen, which is one tiered system of support that is aligned to VDOE initiatives, a focused support framework that is driven by research, supports for identified needs that are based off research as well, and our regional approach of support. that is what I have to share on this, but I know Dr. Coons, you have more to share.
Dr. Kids, this has been a tremendous undertaking for the OSQ team, the teaching and learning team. All of our teams have really worked coherently to think intentionally about how we support school divisions on a variety of ways. I want to give a huge shout out to our teaching and learning team and our special education team who have trained thousands in our summer of learning method for tier 1 support. That has been a clear emphasis for us. And then we've started really thinking about tier 2 supports. We sent 50 Title I schools to Arizona to work on their literacy plans, their literacy support, and really thinking about early literacy for our high need students. So they've really been implementing this research-based focus approach and are excited to have everything come together in the fall. So I just want to give tremendous compliments to the teams across the agency who have really leaned into thinking intentionally about the framework.
So I have a question about this. If there's a way that maybe we can have some more specifics around what those supports are like specifically look like. So under teaching and learning, obviously that's something that a division would come in and ask you all, hey, we're having an issue here. Can you help us find a targeted approach to dealing with this particular thing that we feel like as a school we have a weakness in? If you could just give us some of those examples, I'm not asking you to do it right now. But then to kind of compare, what did the prioritized tier 2 supports specifically look like? So it's a webinar on XYZ, it's a visit from 2 OSQ staff members that, have a specialty in X, Y, or Z. And then finally from that tier 3, same sort of thing, like exactly what are we doing in that particular tier that says we are supporting you in this particular way. We are giving you this support, this support, this support. This is in person. This is, whatever it is.
Yeah, we absolutely can do that.
Thank you. Ms. Holton.
Following up on that, well, first, I definitely applaud the effort to align the federal and the state. That totally makes sense. That is one of the big accomplishments, I think, of this whole new approach. Within supports, I'd like to separate out support that comes in the frame in the context of additional oversight, technical assistance, professional development from the state versus additional funds for operational support that goes directly to the divisions. And I will just, for instance, I've seen divisions get great results from doing extended school days, but only able to do it on a time limited or limited number of schools because of the cost. So it takes money to do extended school day or extended school year. I've seen divisions have great success with financial, at least a few divisions have success with, and certainly outside of Virginia, success with incentivizing teacher pay to attract strong teachers to our most struggling schools. That takes money at the local level. We've all seen schools get good results from high intensity tutoring, which has been funded by the all-in funds on a time-limited basis. That money is either already run out or gonna run out. So that takes operational money at the local level. How are we going to provide for additional operational money for additional supports at the schools that are identified as needing intensive support at the local level? And I will just say, I see that, presumably something like 41 schools under the current data would be identified as CSI schools. They may be able to use some federal money for it, but I believe I see that we're going to be identifying 100 some schools as needing intensive support. So what about the 60 or so that aren't getting the CSI funds?
Dr. Coons. So I'm going to try to tease out questions. Again, it's really hard to figure out what you're asking and what you're just stating as commentary. But I think you asked about what were the operational dollars, and that is the intent of the federal dollars, that schools get school-based directly grants to do those federal things. You talked about a slide we haven't discussed yet that is based on 22-23 data. I will leave it to Chad and Katie to discuss preliminary identification of schools and those kinds of things till we get to that point, because we aren't there yet in their presentation and they have not had the opportunity to speak. But the all-in funds are designed for 3 years. So school divisions had the choice to front end those schools or to put them out. I would say we have a variety of data in that. I'm looking at Dr. Myers because he and Mr. Dickey are working on a massive data collection. And again, this is massive data collection required by the General Assembly to understand where the money's been spent and what the input is. I think we need to look at the data. Obviously, we have bright spots of people doing extended year. Richmond Public Schools has seen initially with 2 implementations in 1 year, extended year work for their RPS 200 days. But we don't have a systematic approach of studying what is working with the data and understanding that. President Creasy said earlier, those schools that are showing those high performance and growth and achievement, this is an opportunity for us to clearly and transparently understand those evidence-based approaches that have a return on investment, and for us to determine the funds instead of making assumptions on the funds that are needed.
I'm happy to hold off until we get to that part of the presentation, if that makes more sense. As to the operational support for, and frankly, I want to ask about what's the support going to be for the needs intensive support schools and for the off-track schools, meaning operational money going to the divisions. But within this chart, you're talking about the department oversight. As to that, I'm understanding that we're going to have, well, what is your capacity in terms of how many schools you can currently support in tier 3? And how does that compare to the demand we anticipate under this new system?
So those tier 3 schools are going to be those schools federally identified, and
that's going to be just the 41 or the.
Well, it's more than 41. It's also the TSI and the ATSI, and I can't remember.
That's 41 plus 35, 335. Okay.
It's around 20% of the schools are TSI. So those will all be the tier 3 schools plus the MOU divisions that will be receiving support from the Office of School Quality, and with the off-track schools receiving that tier 2 level of support where they get prioritized options, for example, through grants, which include the extended year, as well as other grants that we provide from the Department of Education and other opportunities we'll have.
Is there going to be are there going to be any new resources for tier 1 and tier 2 schools beyond what already exists?
Dr. Coons. Ms. Holton, I just announced new resources that we provided. We have the All-In, which is a new resource.
It is? I thought that was last year.
Well, it's new, and we are now collecting the data on the return on investment on that new resource that was provided in the fall. We have provided new opportunities from our Title I funds for schools this summer. We have provided new opportunities with the Summer of Learning. As we determine needs and return on investment, we will continue to provide support.
And then the final question within that,
Ms. Holton,
within the your office's capacity, we have been told in prior presentations, both from the department and from JLARC, that Office of School Quality is overrun with its current commitments. I understand that consolidating federal and state accountability will help. Do you have the adequate staffing, or do we need to be encouraging the General Assembly to expand staffing for the Office of School Quality so as to be able to meet these enhanced needs under tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3?
Dr. Coons. Our General Assembly asked us to provide a plan support for staffing. We submitted that report, and it's publicly available on the General Assembly website.
Well, I'll look forward to how all that translates to funding requests.
All right, I'll turn it back to Chad for the SSD plan.
All right, I'm excited to jump into this. Remind you of the journey we've been on. So about a year ago, we started talking about the indicators. We set up a framework. We got slightly more detailed in the regulation. We're going to get even more detailed in the ESSA state plan conversation, which you can see in the red lines, which are now on the VDOE website. And we're going to be even more detailed in accountability manual. So conversations around denominators and things like that have been held deliberately for these types of conversations. And I want to set you up to succeed in terms of what we have here. So the Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, required every state to submit a plan for how they were going to identify schools for improvement, how they were going to spend the money that the federal government gave them to support schools who are identified, and then what happens in those schools as well, as Dr. Carroll just outlined. So the Virginia State Plan has been amended 6 times. What you have in front of you is actually the 7th version of the ESSA State Plan. It's a federally required plan. The federal government sets it up a little bit differently than what we might have proposed or written it as VDOE. So we have to satisfy their buckets of how they define several indicators and where they put things. So there's a crosswalk of how we've been talking about it at the board conversation with how the federal government needs to see it. It also focuses primarily on the changes for year 1 of the school performance and support plan. So per the conversations of the 3E framework, it mentions the 3E framework. It doesn't go into fine level detail of denominators and things like those. Those are for future board conversations and refining and changing those forward. You wouldn't want to put them in the ESSA State Plan because then you would be constantly having to go back to the feds for approval. And we're Virginia, we don't want to do that. Just process wise, so this is the first review, and if the board approves it for tomorrow for first review, it will go out for a 30-day public comment period so that people can have a chance to have it and look at it. It shouldn't surprise anyone. It shouldn't surprise the board. It shouldn't surprise anyone in the public. It's been things that we've been talking about this whole process, but it does detail, it does put it all down in one place. So walking through what's in there for you all to see on the readiness component of the school quality or student success indicators, that's what the federal government calls them. So what you'll see in that bucket are the chronic absenteeism. It's measured the same way that we've been measuring it historically, so there's no changes to that. It mentions the advanced mathematics coursework that we've been previewing today. It mentions the 6-year extended year graduation rate with applied studies. It briefly mentions the Ready for Life 3Es. It does include science. So this is one of the weird things about the federal government for their achievement indicator for what they're looking for. They're only looking at reading and math. And so we had to put science in this bucket. And we have a crosswalk for folks to understand that. And then as we have more data, as we are including more things in the accountability system, we can include them like things like performance tasks in a future amendment. The mastery component, we go through the mastery index weighting that we have settled on as a board. We had a lot of iterations of what that could look like, and we settled on one. So it put in the ESSA State Plan. There's no change on the participation rates. Just so we all talk about, we've had a lot of conversations and questions around parent refusals and things like that. The federal government has flexibility. They allow up to, for schools to not test up to 5% of students. But beyond that, if a student is not tested, they count as a 0. And so Virginia will have to do that. We have been doing that as a state for our federal accountability system, so it doesn't change in the ESSA plan. You'll see in the growth component, it doesn't get into super deep specifics around denominator. It talks about expected growth. It doesn't lock it into a specific vendor. The board could reconfigure and decide if they want to make some changes to that going forward as well. I want to say a brief word about what's called the minimum student group size. There's a specific question on that in the ESSA State Plan. And historically, Virginia had been using a minimum group size of 30. We modeled it out at a level of 10 in one of our first 2 models. We changed it to 15 in the current Model 3. And that's what we went and proposed in this ESSA State Plan. And we want to talk a little bit, I want to say a little bit about why we did that. It's important for transparency's sake to include more students. We have a table in the ESSA State Plan of how many more students will be included in our accountability system by dropping this minimum group size. So 448 schools will be accountable for students with disabilities that weren't previously accountable for those students. That's over 10,000 students will now be included that schools will have an incentive to pay attention to. For Black students, there are 312 schools that were not having to be accountable for them that will be newly accountable under this lower in size. And that's 6,500 Black students that are now going to be accountable, or schools are about to be accountable for the performance of those students. That's a big deal for transparency and for progress for the Commonwealth to be able to acknowledge and to ensure that divisions in schools are paying attention to all groups of students. A couple other components that you'll notice. One, the ESSA state plan is very focused on the federal identification. So those are the categories of schools I talked about earlier, of the comprehensive support, targeted support, and additional targeted support schools, the CSI and TSI. Those schools are also called out in the regulations of how they will be identified, and they're called out in the ESSA state plan as well. There weren't, where am I? The other thing that you'll see, there's a lot of red lines. There's a lot of striking of some of the old system. And partly that's because we're transitioning from a system where a school could potentially fail for any particular indicator, and we had particular goals for each indicator, to a broad index. So a school will be evaluated holistically on how they do on readiness, achievement, and mastery, and growth. So it's a holistic system. A couple other things I'll mention to you all to pull out of there's some technical edits around aligning the assistance and supports that Dr. Carroll mentioned, aligning those to the regulations and our vision for the future. There weren't any updates required on the graduation measurement of how we're measuring the four-year adjusted cohort graduation. The same with the English language proficiency, that we're continuing with the same measure as we had historically. Any questions on ESSA before I move into the next section?
Dr. Northern?
Chad, I'm looking at the appendix, which I think is page 93, 96, where we actually lay out the targets. I'm trying to figure out how that intersects with the, I guess, how these targets were developed. I know there's no magic formula for targets. But can you talk about that first?
Yeah, the truth is we didn't touch the targets this time. So the board hasn't changed their cut scores in a couple of years. And so the targets, they're also not linked to how schools are identified. And so there was no need to change them at this point in time. It's something that the board could change at a different time. Dr. Carroll, do you want to jump in?
And the last time that the board touched those targets or reviewed them was September 2022, I believe. So I do not have the background on how the process for that.
Should we be, should we be thinking about, right now they're through 27, 28. I assume we'll have opportunities to, but I'm looking at page 93, for instance. And, we're not expecting any maintaining progress for certain subgroups on 93 and 94 as well. And it looks like we're expecting everybody to end up at the same place by year 7. And so I guess I'm just, thinking, broadly, is that right? Should we just be, because I'm worried about the ceiling and the floor, right? Are we just kind of imposing a ceiling on some subgroups? And so anyway, this may be a larger discussion. Certainly don't expect us to resolve it now, but I'm just airing the concern that these targets, and I know we'll have to change them once we've, talked about our testing and all of that stuff. But maybe it doesn't make sense to have that discussion now, but I'm just merely saying that I think these targets will need to be revisited when we have more information, and we probably need to have a larger discussion around whether we think subgroups should all be ending up at the same place based on where they started, or not.
And we did include a paragraph, I believe, earlier in, not in the appendix, but in the long-term goals section that indicates that, as we continue forward with assessments and changes to assessments, it is something we would revisit.
I understand, Chad, I'd like to go back to your point about changing the N. We currently are at 30 and the proposal is to take it to 15. Am I right that one of the consequences of that is the number, did I understand correctly, the number of TSI schools will go up?
Well, the model that we presented today used an in size of 15, so it wouldn't go up from what we've presented today. If we had used a in size of 30, there would have been fewer schools identified. Yeah,
Gotcha.
absolutely.
So I think there were something like 335 TSI schools. That was a significant increase over our current level. But that is already factored in, the end change is connected to that number.
That's right. Yeah, it's already been included in the model. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Dr. Northern.
Can you tell me how we calculate growth in chronic absenteeism? Like how much we're expecting them to improve those chronic absenteeism rates? Or is that something I think that are we still using our old indicators for that? And what is that?
Are you talking about targets for that? We did not update the targets. We were focused on updating that were tied to the work that we've been doing. So I would, as a personal, I would recommend not touching the targets for two reasons. One, it sounds like the board may have another chance in the not too distant future where if you have new tests, if you have new performance thresholds, you might want to revisit the targets at that time. The other reason is targets aren't embedded into the system, so they don't mean much other than being a goal to shoot for. It sounds like no one is paying much attention to the ESSA state plan targets, and so I would continue to leave them without adjusting them at this point in time.
That won't be the case in our own accountability system. We'll have to revisit our targets for chronic absenteeism at a later date. Is that?
Well, the way the chronic absenteeism indicator is included, it's not a target-based system. So it's based on how many students are consistently attending school. And it doesn't say, are they meeting a certain target or anything like that. It's just purely descriptive in the sense of what percentage of kids are consistently attending or not.
Which is also more transparent, correct?
It's a pure, simple measure. Yep.
So it's just a reporting measure. Because it's not actually, I mean, it's 10% of our system, but it's reporting more than, I don't know, I guess I'm struggling with that a little bit. Maybe Dr. Coons.
Dr. Coons, it's an accountability measure. And since we've looked at chronic absenteeism from 23, when the governor had the all-in plan, to what our March 31st data indicated, I promise I said March 31st, Dave. Our March 31st data shows that 85% of our schools have improved their chronic absenteeism. So by calling it out and talking about it as a concern, our schools have risen to the occasion and come through and improved our chronic absenteeism. We're looking at significant reductions that very few states across the country are looking at. So what we're doing is helping our schools raise awareness, raise the description of the challenge, and be able to meet that challenge.
It's actually pretty interesting.
Dr.
because-
Northern?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I know in Ohio, we had this huge, we do a lot of work in Ohio and had this huge discussion on, they're not expecting enough, growth in terms of closing that gap. So yeah, I mean, I think it's super interesting that just by putting it on the bully pulpit, right, that we've been able to make such progress. We talk about the importance of the bully pulpit. So yeah, I'm glad to hear that. And honestly, it's the way that we hope things work, right? Because sometimes if you have a goal, they're only trying to get the goal and not above it. So.
Dr. Coons? Yeah, I had time with the Ohio Chief of Staff who oversees the chronic absenteeism a few weeks ago. I think the difference in what Virginia is doing is first we called that out, but then as we've talked about all day today, it's about the supports. So it's about looking at the need. We looked at the need, we saw the need, the governor called out the need. Then we had the chronic absenteeism task force really identify what are national based supports. Deputy Secretary Gullickson really leaned in on the transportation expertise and provided transportation resources to help school divisions think about what that barrier might be. We leaned into No Kid Hungry. We looked at food insecurities. We leaned into relationship building, and mental health supports. So I think it's first using something like this system to raise up the concerns and understand the concerns, but then to immediately provide the supports. And so I think our chronic absenteeism work is not just the bully pulpit, it's the framework that we're proposing. It's analyzing the data, understanding the data coherently, putting in the action plan around the needs assessment, and then building the capacity and the support framework within our schools. And we're seeing that early indicator in our chronic absenteeism be tremendously successful.
Ms. Holton.
All of that, of course, made a difference. And the General Assembly sent money to the divisions in the all-in plan on a temporary basis to be used partly to support efforts on chronic absenteeism. And our current accountability system highly weights, our accountability accreditation system highly weights chronic absenteeism, both the absolute measure and progress, school progress towards a goal, and actual absenteeism rates. Frankly, our new accountability system is weighting chronic absenteeism significantly less than the proposed new one does, significantly less than our current one, and that makes some sense in a lot of senses. But it's not, we're not newly adding this as an indicator. It is currently a must accomplish indicator, and we're switching from that system of, as Dr. Siebert has said to us, multiple switches, all of which have to be flipped to make the electricity flow, to the summative rating approach. But chronic absenteeism was an extremely high priority for our divisions, partly because of the way the old accountability system focused on it.
That's a very good point. And so this system isn't in place at the current moment. So the VDOE is currently running accountability metrics for the current year. Schools and divisions have been paying attention to it. It's been a helpful nudge to keep them in place. I think that's been part of it. I'm not as good at the circuit metaphor as Dr. Siebert was of how that works, but I think it does matter that we're switching from a system that any one indicator could trigger an identification to something that's more holistic, and going forward, that's what the system will do. All right, I'm going to take us to the next section, which is talking about school performance and support framework. And this is a board request of an outward-facing handout of how the system will work for teachers, families, and educators across the Commonwealth. What it does, it's nothing that I haven't presented today. It provides an overview of the framework. It provides an overview of the performance categories that the board decided on at a previous meeting. And it tries to explain it in very simple terms of, here's the new system, here's what it will look like going forward. So it's a handout that you all will have that has, it looks like this on part of it, and it goes through at the school band level as well, sort of the details of what those components look like. And then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Carroll to talk about the performance levels.
All right, before Chad goes into the overview of the performance levels and their cuts in, the results that we saw through Model 3, I do want to provide some information to help you as you're reviewing that information. First, in all this modeling we have done, and I think we've said this multiple times today, the model that is included in this performance levels is based off of 2022, 2023 data. And if you remember back to September of 2023, when we released our all-in Virginia information, this data has showed us the lasting impacts of the pandemic, which included data that demonstrated to us that more than half of Virginia students are truly not proficient in reading and math. This data led to, as we again have talked a lot about, the significant investment of $418 million into our divisions and schools, and the all-in programming that focused on tutoring and chronic absenteeism. And the exciting news is that we're seeing early indications that all of this investment and all of this work is paying off. But I think, again, it's really important to understand that this data that we are sharing with you today does not show that improvement. So really want to stress that data that we would be showing you later this year would be including that improvement. Additionally, the other thing to note about this data is it is only partially modeled. We do not have the results of a 5th grade and an 8th grade performance task. And again, as we've discussed at length, we do not have the 3E readiness framework data included here, but we are working on that. And the last thing I would like to mention is that as we were developing these performance levels, we had 2 primary considerations. First, how can we make sure, going back to the board's guiding principles, that we can truly communicate in a clear, concise way the school performance and the supports that are needed? And also, how can we make sure that we are setting high expectations for students as well as schools? So those are the primary guidelines that have been driving the board and also the primary guidelines that have been driving these performance levels. So I'm going to turn it back to Chad, who will be talking about the data work he did.
Dr. Coons? I just want to reiterate something that Dr. Carroll said that is really important for us. This is 22-23 data. This is the data that we dug into over last summer, really looked at the analysis, this low point after the pandemic. We had more than half of all 3rd through 8th graders at risk or failing their 3rd through 8th grade SOL. We have more than 2/3 of our 3rd through 8th graders at risk or failing our math SOL. So this is the low point in our data. Our school divisions, again, just as we talked about with the chronic absenteeism data, the early data we saw, have worked diligently, whether it's learning acceleration grants the parents invested in, whether it is their own high intensity tutoring programs, whether it's opting into Zern, Ignite, or Lexia. Our school divisions have been working very hard. So the data that Chad is going to present is probably the worst case scenario that we could be in, because we were in a worst case scenario in 22-23 with our students not moving forward post-pandemic. So I just want to clarify that, because I know there's a lot of angst with some of the numbers that Chad is going to present. I just want to remind us this data is over 14 months old.
Ms. Holton.
Dr. Coons, I'd love to hear, I know the department has seen the SOL scores for, in preliminary fashion for 23-24. Can you give us some assessment? Do they show progress?
I would not be allowed by Dr. Myers to say they do show progress, because again, we collect these data in a really outdated system, and his team, he has shown me spreadsheet after spreadsheet and correlation and analysis. Early data shows great things, but I can't speak to specific numbers because I want to make sure the team has the opportunity to finalize that data. And as we've talked about multiple times today, our data system is a collection system. It's not a shared resource where we can in real time do analysis as some states are able to do.
And when will we have that 23-24 SOL data?
I am relying on Dr. Myers' team to let me know when they think that data is ready.
All right, so Dr. Coons and Dr. Carroll have covered a lot of what I wanted to say here. The first thing I'll say is this isn't news. So the fact that students were having and struggling during the pandemic is not news. What is new here is the cut points and where they fall on setting the performance bands. What we did is look at a numeric cut point. So for student or schools 90 points and above, we consider them distinguished. For schools between 80 and 89 points, we consider them on track. For schools between 65 and 79 points, we consider those off track. And schools below 65 points, we consider those that need intensive support. The other thing I'll say, besides the fact that this is not news, is the fact that this is aspirational. So we're using historical data to model the new system. So it's useful that we're using data to come up with it. It's also important that it sets a bar for what to shoot for going forward. Accountability systems, to work well, they need to be clear and transparent. So they need to set some expectation for schools that they know, okay, I'm at this point right now, I want to shoot for this, and what do I need to do to get to that higher performance threshold? So that's all I was going to say about that slide. I was going to show you some examples. Again, I don't have, it's all anonymized, so we're not going to show you school names or anything. We called them green, blue, purple, and pink elementary schools. just to show you how it works and models out the totals. I also rounded everything to the one to a full unit rather than using decimals or anything like that. But the school would ultimately get a very detailed score. So in this example, the school that's we labeled as green got 43 points in mastery out of 65. They got 7 points out of 25 in growth, and they got 6 out of 10 points in readiness. And you add those up and they got 56 points. So that's one of the lower performing elementary schools across the Commonwealth. And so they would be in the needs intensive support category. That's just a simple, you can just add them up across the categories to find the total points, and the total points corresponds to the performance level. The one thing I'll draw your attention to is the difference between the purple and the pink. So they scored nearly identical on the mastery, or rounded to the same 63 points, but there's a big difference on the growth. So the pink school got 18 points for growth compared to the purple school only got 13 points. Similar score on readiness. And so that's how pink gets up to the performance threshold of the distinguished band. The growth really matters to my earlier point that Virginia has not historically included growth in their system for all students. The combined rate of the prior accreditation system only measured growth for students who were not proficient. It didn't look at students whether they were making growth at all performance bands. So this would be the first time we have this information included in a school performance framework, growth for all kids. That is the end of my substantive slides. I wanted to give you all a preview of where we're going. So the first is that we're going to have a first review of the ESSA state plan and vote on the final regulations. That will be tomorrow. The first review for the vote includes the readiness indicators and weighting. Again, those are the high-level framing. We don't need to necessarily decide on denominators and things like that at this point. The ESSA state plan, the red line, and whether it's ready for the public comment period. And similarly, the school performance and support framework, the handout that I mentioned of what that looks like for the public. If that vote proceeds, there would be a 30-day public comment period for the ESSA state plan for the next month. And then there, in the next month, potentially August, there would be a final review of the ESSA state plan that could then be submitted to the U.S. Department of Education. Also a final review of those other documents that I mentioned. The regulations are also up for a vote tomorrow. We did not receive that many substantive comments, and so there weren't many changes to it, any changes to it. And so what we're asking for is a final vote of that, which would then be posted online and they would be finalized in September. So that is the sort of framing. I'm happy to answer any questions, or if there's legal questions, I might ask Mr. Chapman to jump in as well.
Dr. Northern.
Given our earlier conversation, Chad, does that mean that schools get full credit for chronic absenteeism?
Sorry, can you reframe your question or state it a different way, maybe?
If schools are 5% going to chronic absenteeism or 10%, depending on what level you are, is that are schools getting that full amount?
Yeah, the way it works in this example, this is based on Model 3 data. So the easiest way to think about it is those are all based out of 10 points. And so the school green got 6 out of 10. That means they had a consistent consistent attendance rate of about 60%. And the school that we call pink had basically all of their students consistently attending in the 22-23 school year. And so that translates from 100% of points, they get 10 out of 10 on the readiness bucket.
Ms. Holton.
So just following up on that, are these hypothetical schools or are these actual anonymized schools?
These are actual anonymized schools.
So
yeah.
there was a school, apparently pink, that had 100%, 0% of their kids chronically absent?
I rounded up to 10, so I didn't use decimal points, but yes, it rounded up to 10.
But just so I'm just trying to understand the arithmetic, and that was 110 out of 10. Thank you. Can I go back to the, I've got a
Ms.
couple of other
Holden?
questions. Going back to the prior slide. How did we determine the line between distinguished and on track? I mean, obviously this is a proposal for our consideration, that the line between distinguished and on track be at 90 points and between on track and off track be at 80 points. What was the basis for the decision to propose 80 points and 90 points and 65 points as those cutoffs?
Yeah, I can start and then I would turn it over to Dr. Coons as well. It's not an A through F system, so we didn't want to have it fully aligned to a traditional grading scale. But we also looked at the sort of distribution of the data and how they fell out. So that's how I would frame it. I don't know if Dr. Coons, you want to say anything more about that?
Sure. I think Chad is spot on. The distribution of the data and what qualified as a distinguished school and what we want to achieve. When we look at those, we go back to those schools that were high economic need schools, and we go back to those schools that are performing. That distribution shows that distinguished, on track, off track, and needs intensive support. It puts that distribution across the board with achievement, readiness, and growth.
So a little bit, you did it with the end in mind. In other words, in terms of the number of schools that would fall into each category.
No, we did it with the goal of all schools being distinguished and what a distinguished school would look like from achievement, growth, and readiness. Because our goal, and as Dr. Carroll stated in support, is that every single school can be distinguished. Every single school can be that high economically disadvantaged school and be tremendously successful. So what does that look like? What are the criteria? That looks like 90 points and above for distinguished.
So I understand that.
Ms. Holton?
I understand that as to the mastery index indicator, essentially 80% translates to an 80% SOL pass rate. At least it comes close to that. And that is a stretch for our schools, given that the current goals are 70% on math, 75% on reading, but it's a stretch goal, and I understand that. I don't understand it on some of the other metrics. And so in particular, if I understand correctly, on both the VIVAS metric and the English language progress metric, the current medians are around 50%. And the aspiration, a really high score on a VIVAS or on English language proficiency would be, 60, 70%. If you translate that into what this would mean in terms of, all other things being equal, that score, it would be basically our aspirational top of the line schools would be off track because of a score of, say, 75% on the VIVAS or 75% on the English language proficiency growth measure. Both of those would translate to all other things being equal. If you put all the other metrics at just the median on the line between on track and off track, what it would take to get over would be those metrics would put us in the off-track category. So I wonder whether did we consider or could we consider a different scale for the different measures? In other words, just because it makes sense. I mean, and frankly, absenteeism I'll toss as the opposite category. Right now, basically, a school that has 80% of their students not chronically absent is going to score as on track. And we think that's a disaster. To have schools at 20% chronically absent is not our goal. That is what we're trying to, we were at 10% pre-pandemic. So I would think the line for chronic absenteeism you ought to be at least below 10% to get to distinguished. So it looks to me like different scales are not aligning well. And I wonder what we can do to fix that.
Yeah, just a couple of comments in response. So one is that we have chosen all along not to norm the different components. And so they are additive in the sense that you add different measures onto top of them. And we didn't choose to grade on a curve. We didn't choose to norm them or separate schools into buckets on each of the individual measures. And so schools get points, and it's more important to look at the total overall rather than comparing the point scale versus each of the individual indicators. The other thing I'll throw out is that there are some states that have normative accountability systems. They say that a certain percentage of kids or schools are always in the bottom category. And if everybody improves, they're still that same category. What VDOE is saying here is they want to set an absolute cutoff that's aspirational, that all schools can reach and attain over time, and that it's clear and that it doesn't necessarily
So Chad,
always have the same number of schools in the bottom.
in other words, the target isn't always moving. The
Right.
target remains constant.
That's right. Yeah, it's a
Thank you.
fixed target for schools to shoot for going forward.
Thank you. Dr. Coons?
I just want to reiterate what Chad said about the math and the data. I think Ms. Holton respectfully, 10 points doesn't translate to on track, 8 of 10 doesn't translate to on track. Just want to reiterate what Mr. Alderman said. This is not a parsing out of the components into the summative. It's not like you can take a fraction and pull that out. So I just want to reiterate Mr. Alderman's statement about cautioning us not to do that.
Well, I need help and further help in understanding that.
Ms.
I just
Alton?
looking, for instance, at that school you identified earlier when we were looking at the modeling that was the really high up school. It had about 75% of its kids, judging by that scatter plot, about 75% of its kids were showing growth, well above expected growth. And that's a huge success. That school will not achieve full points under this system. It will only achieve something like 75%, 75% of the full points available under growth under this. So basically there's no schools are going to get to 100.
So I think something to clarify, sorry, is that it's not 75 points for growth. The growth in like elementary is 25 points. So it's 25 of the 100. And so saying that a school performs 75 points doesn't mean that they would be falling into the off track. It would be their score on growth, their score on mastery, and their score on readiness all combined to determine which one they are in. If you go to I think it's the next slide.
I think, Katie, what I'm saying is if 75% of their kids showed growth, then that's going to translate to only 75% of the 25% of points, right? That's how the math works. So they're not going to get the full 25 points for growth. They're only going to get 3/4 of that. They're only going to get 18 points. So basically it's impossible to score 100 points on this test. As far as I can tell, for us to understand that better, we would need to see more modeling on the VIVA score, which we haven't seen yet. We would need to see more modeling on how all the pieces fit together, which we haven't seen yet.
Yes, it's not a percentage. You're correct. It's not a percentage out of 100. To the earlier conversation about the mastery index, some schools have more than the maximum points because we've awarded extra points for advanced. So again, it's a scale. It's not necessarily out of 100. It's not a percentage. It's points, and that's the simplest way to look at it. That school that we're talking about scores on the distinguished. I can't remember the exact, it was getting 18 or 19 points on growth and was getting all or nearly all the points on mastery and very high on readiness as well. So it was above the 90-point threshold for distinguished.
But shouldn't it be getting, I mean, you said it got 18 out of 25 points. That's about 75% of the points to which it's entitled, to which it could possibly get. It's getting about 75% of the points the scale might allow. It's the very best in the state on growth. You've told us. How come it's not getting 100 points, 100% of the 25 points available on growth? Shouldn't we have a scale that would reflect the very top school getting the
Dr.
full
Norton?
points?
Chad, I'm just wondering, have you guys calculated what a perfect score would be? Instead of 90 and above, do you actually have the points for the perfect school that would score everything like that, whether it's at the high school or middle school or elementary level?
And I guess that's, if I may just, sorry. Yep, thank you.
We haven't calculated that number. Essentially, it would be all students who are scoring on the advanced level, all students showing growth, and all students having consistent attendance. So it'd basically be a weighted measure that would be more than 100 points. So yes, it would add up to more than 100. To Ms. Holden's question, I lost my train of thought. Yes. So we chose not to grade everything on a scale, on a curve, so that we didn't set the highest school performance as the top. So even that school, there are some kids that aren't showing growth. And we said that's the sort of gap. If they want to go even higher, they can target those students who aren't showing growth and figure out what they could do to help those students demonstrate growth. And so, there's no school that's meeting the sort of qualifications that they're all advanced, they're all showing growth. But I think that's a reflection of sort of the reality of the data. We didn't sort of norm it in that way.
We're going to have to move on from this conversation. So I need you to have.
Because this is the most important work we're
I
doing
totally
all year
agree,
long.
but
And
this conversation has been cyclical for the last 20 minutes.
this is,
So ask a direct question and let's move on, please. Thank you.
I will ask a direct question. If us, could we consider having, I'm not saying scaled scores that would change from year to year, but rather could we give different scoring to the different components such that each category, our school leaders would be incentivized to help their students meet success. And in particular, I would say, isn't it a problem that chronic absenteeism come on the high side and English language learners on the low side? If a school is meeting their metrics to be on track on all the other criteria, would be thrown off track by a really good score on ELP, just not more than 75%, and that a school that would otherwise be off track might be thrown into on track based on an 80% chronic absenteeism score, which is abysmal. Shouldn't we be scaling these scores to make sense based on what the medians is and what aspirations are reasonable?
Ms. Holton, we have been working on the components of this to get to this point and have had votes since March. We've had public input and comments. These don't, as multiple people have answered, Dr. Northern mentioned, there are more than possible points. This is a combined system. We can't take pieces apart and we can't do that. So respectfully, we have been working since March to design and develop. You're asking us to go all the way back prior to March and unwind all the regulatory and ESSA processes that have been in place with public comment and public feedback, which has overwhelmingly put us in this direction.
If I may.
Yes.
This is the first time, this month is the first time I've seen anything about how it all adds up. And absolutely the first time we've seen anything with numbers, criteria that distinguished the 4 categories. So where this 90 number came from and the 80 and the 65, we saw this on Thursday last week. The public saw it on Friday last week. So a lot of this information is entirely new. Moving on to another area of questioning, I would like to ask, have we done or can we do the economic modeling on this school, on these schools that we did in the earlier scatter plots to show the allocation of high poverty, low poverty, and middle poverty schools as between how these schools fall apart, how the schools fall into the 4 categories. Back up to the prior slide. Of the 926 schools that are off track, are they disproportionately low income schools?
Yes, we can do that modeling. So these 4 schools are included in all of the models that I showed earlier as well.
Yeah, we would have to go back to SAS I don't want us to overpromise anything at this point. Modeling takes time. You've asked for multiple things in email, you've asked for multiple things last minute. We have repeatedly said over the course of the entire day and the several hours of this presentation, modeling requires us to go to SAS and ask for modeling. So respectfully, we can take those requests through the board president, but we cannot continue to think that we can model on the spin of a dime.
Respectfully, I've been asking for this since April, very explicitly in June, when we were shown that initial modeling. I asked specifically for the on track, off track, et cetera, economic modeling. And so frankly, I don't understand why we don't have it today. If I have one more question.
May I
Excuse me.
respond to
Yes.
that? So the only way to get to that data would be to set some cut points and thresholds and then go back and do the modeling to see the poverty thresholds in those schools. And so it's sort of a chicken and egg. Like we need to know a cut point before we answer the
Right.
free and reduced price lunch percentages.
Right, but now you have this, you've done the cut points. It's here. That's how you know 926 schools are off track. And so of those 926 schools, you have you have the categories that you determined back in the earlier slides for high poverty, middle poverty, and low poverty. I'm just asking that those two be put together. And it seems to me that that should have been asked for a long time ago, but absolutely we need that data before we go forward, in my humble opinion. I have one more issue I'd like to raise, and that is and really this is one of the big picture questions, is I see a division here that identifies 60+% of our schools as off track or worse. And I see in some of the commentary we've gotten from the Virginia Association of School Superintendents and others, reminding us that Virginia's public education system was just declared the best in the country by CNBC when finding Virginia to be the best state for business. How do we reconcile calling 60% of our schools off track with the notion that we're the best in the United States? And I'm not sure that we are the best in the United States. I think we've got major room for improvement, especially when our high poverty schools. But I am worried that when we are over identifying schools as troubled, then that's going to not enable us to do the real work of focusing on the schools that most need help. And I do realize, Dr. Coons, that I'm making comments and questions here. So I'll zero in on the question. How do you reconcile 926 schools off track, 109, so really 60+% at least or more are going to be off track or worse with the best state for business findings?
Well,
Dr. Coons?
I think we have said multiple times today, this is 22-23 data. It was the low point of post-pandemic learning loss and regression of our school divisions. I'm going to repeat that 2/3 of our 3rd through 8th grade students were at risk or had failed their math SOLs on this data. More than half of all of our 3rd through 8th grade students were at risk or failed their reading SOLs. The General Assembly and the governor put a massive effort of all in and dollars to that work. We have watched our school divisions work diligently over the past year. This data represents outdated data. We will be modeling new data when that data is available. Moreover, I'm very proud of CNBC and the recognition of our overall economic education system that includes early childhood, post-secondary, one of the nation's most recognized higher education for successful HBCUs, and a robust community college are all components of CNBC's metrics that put us at the top of the educational system. Moreover, CNBC's K-12 measure does not heavily weigh academic performance. The goal of our performance and support framework and that modeling is to analyze how students are growing, how they're achieving grade level performance, and how they're ready for the next level. That is completely different than a measure that CNBC uses. What we're trying to do is understand what our schools need and what our schools can do to be successful and how we support them to becoming distinguished.
Thank you, Chad. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break to use the facilities.
heard about Virginia School Performance and Support Framework, and you heard about Virtual Virginia. And so the presentation today is really going to make some connections to both of those that you heard earlier, so we can ensure that all students are prepared for post-secondary success. So for students to complete a pathway that meets their needs and their interests, we must begin to think differently about student schedules. So you may have heard about the terms competency-based learning or personalized learning. Well, seat time flexibility is really the umbrella for those options. So today is going to be the beginning of many conversations around seat time flexibility. So I'm going to walk through what that is. I'm going to show you all how it supports the Ready for Life 3E framework, and then also have some stopping points where we hear your feedback for some ideas about how to move this work forward in terms of resources and supports. So over 100 years ago, the Carnegie Foundation created a standardized unit of time called the Carnegie Unit, and this signals completion of a course. We mostly hear this being called a high school credit. Today, we're using the same system that was designed over 100 years ago, focused on completion time, when there was no agreed upon standard for learning. So as our society and our educational system have developed, we've continued to use this antiquated system, one that does not focus on mastering content needed for post-secondary success. So the Carnegie Unit drives many aspects of schooling that we see today. So it's really creating this rigidity and lacking the ability to be innovative for the 21st century student. And this really puts limits on students' post-secondary possibilities. So now the Carnegie Foundation is rethinking their Carnegie Unit, which is this one-size-fits-all model that's created barriers for students. So Virginia must really begin to shift in a significant way from having time-bound credits to a system of learning that's aligned to each student's needs and interests, that's based on mastering learning and the skills that they need to thrive after graduation. This concept builds upon the work from the personalized learning plans of the Bridging the Gap initiative. Setting conditions for success is a critical role that the state and division leaders have in implementing the highest quality teaching and learning for every child. So what if courses weren't confined to a semester or a year-long time period? Imagine learning that's customized to each individual student. The amount of time they need to master content is when they complete the course. A student could finish earlier than a semester or longer than a semester. It is what they need when they need it, and it's not defined by the number of hours that they are physically sitting in a classroom. This option could completely change the high school experience and a child's readiness after graduation. To begin the implementation of this shift, there are two key levers being used. One, the General Assembly passed legislation this year that allows maximum flexibility to waive instructional minutes or to provide seat time flexibility for schools. And then two, the Ready for Life 3E framework of the accountability system incentivizes divisions to put supports and structures in place for every kid's post-secondary plans. In December of 2023, one of the SOQ prescriptions adopted was seat time flexibility, which supports this shift. Far too many students have a plan the day after they walk across the stage from graduation, and the 3E framework honors students' aspirations and holds divisions accountable for high school coursework and opportunities that align with one or more pathways. So Seat Time Flex supports the 3E framework by providing the critical flexibility that students need to engage in coursework aligned to an associate's or bachelor's degree, high-quality work-based learning experiences, and stackable credentials. So I want to share pieces of the legislation and what it requires the board to do. So it first requires the board to provide maximum flexibility to school boards to waive the 140-hour requirement and then develop models for divisions to use at their discretion. Secondly, the law requires flexibility in the standards of accreditation so that students can demonstrate competency at different paces. Third, the law requires updates to graduation requirements to include guidance on seat time flexibility. And then last, it requires a progress report to be submitted to the General Assembly in November. So as we shift to thinking about courses that are not time-bound, the possibilities for student personalization are really endless. And so this learning model can be implemented in various ways. I want to highlight 3 ways that this could look for our students. The first is how this model could support achieving industry-based credentials. The second will be about how students can increase college course completion. And then the third one is around giving students extra time that they need to complete a course. So let's take this student profile, for example. So imagine a 10th grader who wants to be employment ready by pursuing a pharmacy technician job after graduation. In order to obtain this credential in high school, this would eliminate the financial burden for this child after they graduate and really accelerate their entry into the workforce if this were possible for this 10th grader. This credential requires 420 hours of instruction and an examination that satisfies the Virginia Board of Pharmacy standards. Instructional hours include 130 of clinical work-based learning experiences in a dispensing pharmacy setting where the student gets to utilize those skills they've been learning in school in the program into that setting. However, due to the 140-hour clock requirement in the graduation requirements, the student schedule does not allow sufficient space to satisfy the requirements of that credential. If the student were offered seat time flexibility, they could complete the requirements of that CTE pharmacy technician program and earn the high-wage, high-demand credential without sacrificing completion of the advanced diploma requirements. And so this could be done in one way by aligning the course standards for math to the pharmacy course that they are taking, and that would free up another class during their time period in their schedule. This second student, so let's imagine an 8th grade student who's in middle school, who wants to progress through more coursework so that they can take advantage of college preparation opportunities. So his middle school only offers up to Algebra 1, but he shows promise for excelling in geometry. Due to that 140-hour clock requirement, the student's schedule doesn't have any extra space for this child to take an additional math. The student could take a class after school hours at his own pace and then take geometry as an elective virtually or at the local high school during his schedule. And then let's take an 11th grader who's an English learner who's not on track to pass English 11 as the course is about to end. So as of April, even though this child has been receiving extra tutoring and assistance from the teacher and has made a ton of improvement, the student would not be able to achieve a passing grade and would fall short on the EOC test. This student would fail the course. The student would be labeled as an 11th grader during what would be their senior year, and they would have to complete both English 11 and 12 simultaneously to be able to graduate. With 14% of Virginia students being English learners and having a 22% dropout rate compared to 5% of all learners, extra time for mastering content would really prove helpful for keeping students enrolled in high school on a path to graduation. For this child with seat time flexibility, the student could engage in online learning, weekly check-in sessions with a teacher, and go into the summer and to pass the course, and then be able to begin the 12th grade already having passed the course and then diminishing the dropout risk, being able to stay on track for a diploma. So VDOE will create multiple resources over the next few months. There's some key actions that will begin in terms of implementation. The first one is hosting in-person and virtual feedback sessions to gather input from on different instructional time models and guidelines, the waiver process, and then what these processes could look like at the local level by the school boards. Additionally, we'll be creating division level and school level implementation guidance, and then bring suggested revisions to the standards of accreditation that would allow that maximum flexibility that's called out in law beginning in September. All right, so I want to pause and give you a few questions to consider as we start planning here. So one is, would love to hear from you all about how you think this flexibility and seat time would be able to expand opportunities for our students in Virginia. Two, what types of supports and resources do you feel that school divisions would need to be able to successfully implement this? And then what other scenarios similar to the 3 students that I shared earlier would be helpful to model in the guidance that we would provide?
So I'm going to jump in here. I have had some conversations alongside the Secretary's office that really led on this work during this General Assembly session that I'm incredibly proud to have been a part of. What I would like to say is one of the things that we got out of some conversations was the waiver process. We need to do something so that there is a nod to the fact that this is it. It's something that we as a board are supporting, as the General Assembly supported it. It's not a negative hit on a locality for seeking a waiver. So we need to do something innovative, something that is saying we are supportive of this and we're excited about a school division embracing this opportunity for the benefit of students. So, we did get from some school divisions that they were worried about implementing this based on that waiver word. So even talked about, could we change the word itself, anything along those lines, but something that we could use to speak to this being an elevated opportunity versus something that would be seen publicly in some situations as something negative, that they're not doing something.
Right.
Dr. Coons.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity with this. I'm trying to make sure I'm sticking the microphone for Tim. I want to make sure like the team is really looking at a variety of different waivers, but we use seat time, personalized learning, competency-based learning, standards-based instruction. There are all kinds of words floating around this. And I think one of the things that I've asked the team to do and think about is how do we create an umbrella of terms? Because when we think about personalized learning and competency-based learning, those are often terms through the Bridging the Gap initiative that was part of ESSA. We're really focused on elementary schools. I think there's an opportunity, as our Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning talked about around middle school and high school opportunities. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to define this better and to lean into a waiver being more the explanation of the opportunity. And the team has really been looking at a lot of different opportunities that exist in other states to be able to build something that, one, is easy and clear, but also changes the mindset around this work. Because as Em said, and I have said till I'm blue in the face, something that was done in 1906 is probably a bit outdated.
Other comments here? Dr. Northern.
So we should probably take a field trip to, used to be School of One, right? You guys familiar with it, but it's now Teach to One. And it's a middle school math program. It was part of, I'm not gonna name names. Anyway, it's the kids, it's got some fancy algorithm, and I'm gonna really butcher this up, but it's got some fancy algorithm where kids are, basically they get spit out a personalized learning program based on the skills they do or don't have. And then they come in every morning and they see on a TV screen sort of where you're gonna go, right? Are you going to small group this morning? You're going to large group? You're gonna go to this, get this skill in this other classroom that's got, set up some kind of computer or whatever. But it's all based on a bunch of different varieties of ways to deliver instruction. But it's somehow got this fancy algorithm where kids know every day where they're gonna go and for how much time. And then it's got, because it's math and these skills build on each other, right? They've got a very fine-tuned way to assess whether kids are mastering these skills. And anyway, I've only seen videos of it, but I've known people that have gone and visited them, and it's supposed to be, they've been doing it a long time. And it's just that idea, like teach to one, like it's a personalized learning model where they've managed to figure it out. From what the last time I saw, were posting some really impressive mathematics scores. Again, it's only middle school, it's only math, but anyway, I feel like they're one of the pioneers in trying to figure out what personalized learning really looks like and how to make it work. And I know they've had a ton of visitors, over the years. So, yeah, I feel like, and it's an exciting place to be, right? When you hear about it and the kids are excited and they get a playlist, they call it a playlist. And so their personalized curriculum gets uploaded to their playlist every day. And they get to see kind of what learning they're gonna, take part of in that day. So anyway, I just think that it'd be something worthwhile to see.
Sure. Dr. Bryce?
Do we know, or can you tell me what states have already done something similar?
Yeah, we've been looking at several states who started really small with some school districts, Arizona, North Dakota, Colorado, Rhode Island, a few others. And we hope to model some of our guidance and implementation plan off of theirs, as they have already started it. They've had lessons learned and then some really successful things that we hope to repeat here.
Yeah, just to echo what you're saying, I mean, I think this is something that parents would really appreciate. It would open more doors for students. And I would think that teachers would like it as well. Teachers know when students need more opportunities and when something is fitting us, right? So this seems like a great way to do that.
Other comments?
I'm just
Ms.
excited to
Kilgore?
see where we go with this, because I think it's spot on. I know it's easier said than done to implement it, but I think it's definitely in the right direction to at least offer to school systems and to students.
And I think so many of us as teachers in classrooms can point out the students that we know could go and, pass the end of course exam the day they walk in our classrooms. And, we work our tails off in the classroom to make those kids enjoy and get further learning out of what we present as teachers. But this also just presents endless opportunities for kids to advance their learning, to take their own path. So I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, it makes me think back to the example of Canton that you all saw a picture of on the screen earlier with Virtual Virginia, and how he's taking Virtual Virginia courses this summer so that he can get ahead to take the classes that he wants when he's in high school. So I think there's so many opportunities for those kids, Grace, that we're probably thinking of. So I want to share with you all a little bit about how we plan to begin implementation. So like you all mentioned before, at scale change is very complex, and part of making that successful begins with starting with a pilot. And so we anticipate focusing on 4 areas with a small group of divisions first, so that we can implement this at scale fully. So building the division's capacity and the school's capacity around this, really leading some significant systems change, because this is going to touch every aspect of a school division, from scheduling to teacher placements and things like that, funding, and then also that area around empowering student learning. So this is really about the personalization of their learning and meeting their needs and interests, and then also making sure that they're still receiving a high quality teaching and learning experience as they do this. So learning from the other states who have started this work, we plan to build capacity and provide technical assistance to division and school staff through these collaborative cohorts, where each of those divisions will have a local design team. So they are identifying key players at the division and school level that are coming together to help create a plan of action, talk through all of the challenges to be able to implement this. And so this was a common thing that we saw in the states who had begun implementing this, was those frequent opportunities for them to collaborate, share challenges with each other, connect on what's working, and really be able to network across those divisions and share those experiences. So we'd also work with those division leaders in reviewing all of their systems within their division to identify opportunities for where this could be successful, and then think ahead about barriers that might be in place so we can start decreasing or eliminating those and working through them before this is implemented. Those pilot divisions would also have the opportunity to learn from each other by visiting each other's schools and seeing how everyone is really using it in their own way based on their own local context and based on the kids' needs. And then one of those areas of focus that I mentioned was around empowering students and their own learning pathway that they are creating for their future, and how this flexibility can open doors for them, no matter if they choose to enroll, be employed, or enlist after graduation. And then we will be creating a VDOE, a strategic plan with goals, and then also secure program evaluation about how this is working to determine what's successful, what opportunities for growth are needed, and then refine that plan as we continue to scale to more divisions. So several states, as I mentioned, have begun this work. We've been learning from their initial implementation. We've looked into several frameworks that they've created and plans. They've created a ton of resources for those divisions, and then lessons learned as we build out this seat time flexibility strategy. So again, we'll pilot with a small number of divisions to see how personalized learning in elementary school work, and then how middle and high school courses can incorporate that seat time flexibility. And then also accelerate students. This can also support the reduction of chronic absenteeism, leaning into how seat time flexibility can support the 3E framework. And then we'll continue to study other states and bring more information to the board as we continue to develop this process. So I've loved sharing this with you all. I know Dr. Coons and Dr. Armstrong and I have been very eager and excited to begin this work. And so if there's any other ideas or thoughts you all have as we start to build this out more, I am happy to hear them.
Yeah, so number one, we do have some school divisions that are doing really innovative things around this work already that we want to look to for their what they feel like are the pros and cons, what pitfalls to avoid. So I think that's a built-in system that's prepared and ready to provide the department feedback. I think this is an opportunity to shine and an opportunity that we cannot pass up to get it absolutely perfect. So whatever any of us on the board can do to support this work, we absolutely want to have our hands as a part of this. Because this is absolutely crucial to where we are going in our performance and support system. And so it supports the work that we're doing in that capacity. So I think it's crucial that we see the connecting points to all of this work, and really ensure that those connections are being built strongly together. And so whatever we can do to support the work, however we can engage, I think a lot of us would appreciate that engagement.
Great.
Dr. Northern?
I'm super excited too. Just some random examples that I've seen from districts that are trying to do this is it allows for a lot more co-teaching, right? And multi-level classrooms. So you see where, teachers might, 2 or 3 teachers might teach together. You got to think about the space differently, obviously. But there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration, which they really like. And yeah, when you talk about multi-level classrooms, some of this content, you can have a 10th and 11th grader in the same classroom, it's not against the law. So you begin to think, how can you save efficiencies and time and channel your expertise when you talk about thinking about multi-level, multi-grade classrooms, team teaching, small group time, like all the kids go somewhere else during small group time, but everybody's getting some small group instructions, not the kids that, are just struggling somewhere, because all kids can benefit from that. And I think I've mentioned both these models before because they align with CTE, but the reimagining the high school experience, which is what Louisiana calls their fast forward, which you may know about, and CareerWise Colorado, 2 models that I think nationally have really been held up, and popular in terms of how they reimagine the high school experience.
Other comments, questions, discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so we are wrapping up here for the afternoon, and I would just like to provide an update given our all the different moving parts tonight. Some people have other places to go. I don't think that it would be a good use of staff's time for 1 or 2 people to be at dinner, and so we are going to cancel our board dinner for this evening. And let's see, I just once again appreciate that we have Dr. Bryce on board. Very thankful for you coming on and for the work that you will be holding hands with us and doing here in the future. And also for your expertise. So I will hand it over to Dr. Coons because I think she has some closing remarks too, and then we will end the day.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff. I know that the presentation and the data up here looks easy, but they have been working hours and hours and hours of time to really prepare and produce items for all of the presentations today. So I want to thank them. I want to thank the partnership of Deputy Secretary Gullickson. She has been tremendous at helping us implement things like seat time and think through that. So I just want to give a huge set of gratitude to all of our staff and partners. Our tech team often is behind the scenes for these, but they have moved multiple locations, set up multiple tech setups, make sure our microphones are in front of us, and are doing just phenomenal work. And I want to give them a huge thank you. Today we had a slide that talked about our performance and support framework. I just want to set a couple of reminders as we leave today. That was on 22-23 school year data. That was data that all of us took a step back and leaned in to support our schools. I'm incredibly proud of the work our schools have done over the past school year to focus on high intensity tutoring, on literacy implementation, on chronic absenteeism, and really working to move the needles for kiddos. I am sure we are going to see a lot of success and a lot of hope in the future, and really want to appreciate the fact that we have been recognized by CNBC, but that's an overarching recognition of our entire education system. And it's about pre-K and early learning and the great work that Dr. Conway does in our birth to 5 spaces. It's a recognition of our teacher-student ratio, the investments we've made in school. It's also a recognition of our higher ed system. So we really want to focus on continuing to improve and focusing on making sure every school has the opportunity to be distinguished. So I'm excited about the work the board has put in, the thought partnership, and the movement forward. So just want to thank everybody for all the work we're doing for kiddos across Virginia.
Sorry, a microphone. Sorry, guys. And with that, we will adjourn for the day. Thank you.